Hello. Hi, I see you guys, but I don't see your comments. Hold on. Oh, there they go. What happened? Hello. With love, Q. Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me? Hi, us, never them. Welcome. Hello. Hey, Venus. Hello. Let me put this here. Hold on. Invite. Copy the clipboard. Let me see if it's gonna do it. Okay, Venus, I put the link in the chat. Let me know if you get it. With love, Q. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm trying to learn how to pin my comment. Let's see if I can do it on here. No, it's not letting me pin it. They said hit my comment and pin. No. Only thing it's saying is remove. Okay, so I don't know how to do that. I hope you guys can hear me. Can you see me? Okay, let me know. We have guests. We have Venus Eats. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I needed to put on my headphones or not, but I have them just in case. How are you? Thank you for joining me. If you guys don't know, this is Venus Eats. You guys go and make sure you're checking out her page. And she also has a second page, Absolute Venus. I'll let her tell you a little bit more about herself. And then we'll start talking about personal credit and business credit and maybe how to start your own business if you'd like to on Amazon or whatever Venus knows about. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate you having me today. I am Venus, so you might know me guys from either my Venus Eats channel or my Absolute Venus channel. And my website is absolutevenus.com. I have been an entrepreneur for about 10 to 15 years now. And a lot of the things that I've been involved with have been kind of on the side of my 9 to 5. So hopefully I can make that transition fully to being dedicated entrepreneur in the near future. But generally, I have various things going on, from social media consulting for small businesses, as well as a t-shirt online e-commerce business through Amazon, Etsy, and other e-commerce sites. Just always looking to put my creative juices to work and help others. So definitely happy to share what my knowledge and what I know from my entrepreneurial journey with you guys today. So thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Somebody was sending me their page for their business. I have a little list here of people that yes, because that's going to be awesome. So if you guys have questions, you can ask us. If you like to join the panel, the link is there. I will drop it again just in case. Let me drop it again. And then we are talking about personal credit, and then we're going to go into just things you need to do to start a business. Because if your personal credit is not in order, it will be a little bit harder to start with business credit.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that you wouldn't be able to do it, but your rate would probably be awful if your personal credit is not in order. So we want to go keep things in order. We want to start with step 1 to get to step 10, just like with YouTube. We all started with 0 to get we are now. So it's a process. And I also want to say, if you have bad credit, this will help you. And just remember, it didn't take you a short time to get into debt. It's not going to take you a short time to get out.
Right.
The process, you have to go through steps, things you may not like, things you may not want to do. You may want to buy that dress and shoes. Can't, because you need to get that in order. Hi, Happy Lux. How are you? I think you're commenting too many times. I'm gonna have to delete some of those because it's too much in there. Can I? Let's see. Have you ever deleted on StreamYards, Venus?
I have. Yes, it should be 3 dots that kind of come up next to the messages.
Oh, it says timeout and block.
Oh, okay. So there's no deletion.
And I have to do it off the phone, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think. I think you're the only mod here. I don't know if you have your phone to do it.
Yep, I do. So I'm gonna go ahead and.
Yeah, he has. I think he has too many in there.
Okay.
So again, guys, it does take you time. And if you have a business and you're on here, if you'd like to come on a panel, let me know, because I will be shouting out some people that have businesses. I'm including myself. We're going to be starting that. But just to let you know how we're going to do it is we want everyone to be respectful of each other. Okay, so this is going to be a professional business forum, but we want everyone to know you're all welcome. And the first thing I want to say, to boost your credit or to increase it, the first thing you need to do is know what your credit is.
Sure. Yeah.
Credit report. Do you know what is on your credit? Is your addresses right? Are your jobs correct? Is the credit that you have acquired, is that correct? All of this needs to be in order. So the first step is to go and get your credit report from annualcreditreport.com.
Mm-hmm.
That's annualcreditreport.com. I might type it in there, but you can get that once a year free. Okay. And this here will tell you currently what is on your credit report. I believe they go back the last 10 or 15 years. It may be 20, but I want to 15. If you request the LexisNexis, that goes back to from when you first ever got credit, even if you were in elementary school, high school, college. So that one is about $80. So if you get the annual credit, that one is free. You can request that once a year. And the once a year is a rolling year of January to December of that current year. So if you do it now, you can't request it again until next year of this time, was this March. So another one you can get, and these are actual your Vantage scores, and you can compare them to your actual FICO, but for purchasing main big items like a home or a car, they don't really use that. They use it for even your credit cards, they use the big one. But this is still something you can kind of weigh it out on, and that would be Experian, Fax, and TransUnion. And those are 3. You can also, you could just contact them on .com and request the free report. And also, if you go on there, that also will show you what your current report is. And you really should be looking at these things. That's like the first step, because if you don't know what your credit is, anyone could take you and give you any APR. And that's the main thing. You do not want your APR to be high. So Venus, if you want to just go ahead and piggyback on that, I'm just going to type that in here so they'll see.
Yes, also that's excellent advice. And the other thing to that, guys, even though you're showing companies your credit worthiness, you also want to make sure that you're monitoring your credit on a regular basis, because unfortunately I was a victim of identity theft at some point 2 years ago. And so in that, it was very challenging, but I always have my eye on my credit on a weekly or monthly basis. And in addition to those resources that Vern gave you guys, Credit Karma is a great website as well, and you can sign up with that, and it'll monitor your credit where you can log in and see on a weekly or monthly basis how your credit is fluctuating up and down based on your purchases, your activity. And then that'll be another way for you to ensure that nothing awry is going on with others tapping into your credit or trying to utilize your credit for things. So that definitely is the basis for everything, like she said, to express your credit worthiness to companies for loans or big purchases that you would like to make in the future, and then see how your activity with revolving loans, if you have car loans, things of that nature, is helping to build your credit or challenging to your credit and what things you can do to build it so that you can have a great financial basis for any business that you would like to start.
Everyone in the chat, again, welcome to the live stream. Thank you for being here. I'm Vern from Vern's Junk Closet, and then we have Venus from Venus Eats. I know you guys probably like, what? Yes, we are going to be talking about personal credit and how to get that in order. And then we're going to go into if you are interested in starting a business. I know Venus has several things going on. She's amazing, guys. I've been with her since I've been on YouTube. So she has really helped me out with a lot of different questions. But again, thank you all that's in the chat. If you have questions, yes, I am just needy credit. Karma is a good one. I'm going to put that in the chat also. If you guys would like to come up and ask a question, I'm going to paste the link again. And it is right there in the chat. Just click it and it'll come on. But until then, we're going to keep on going. So if you have bad credit, this is some of the ways. Hey, Tim Vales, how are you? Welcome to the live. Some of the ways that you've put yourself or have gotten into getting bad credit. Late payments. That's a really bad thing, but it's life. We've all been there. I know I have been there. So I'm not saying I'm better than anyone, but yes, I've had late payments and it does affect your credit, guys. Defaulting, your student loan, not calling them, not working it out with them. That is also another way to get into bad credit debt, okay? Charge off. So this comes from mainly if you have credit cards and you're not paying them and they're going. So the company has to charge them off, but guess what? You still owe that money because you still used it. So these are some more ways of getting into bad debt. And then I'm going to tell you how to get out of debt. So hold on. Collections. So collections could be from maybe you had a medical came up or arose and you weren't able to pay that medical bill. And we all know medical bills are very, very expensive, but you still need to answer them, maybe work something out with them. A bankruptcy. Maybe you lost a job, maybe you got a divorce. Yeah, anything could have happened. Again, you could have went into a medical crisis, and this is another way of getting into debt. Not that it's your fault or anything, but it happens. So filing bankruptcy. And I know at one time bankruptcy was staying on your report for 10 years. I did hear that it's about 7 now, but I would still say 7 to 10, just to be safe. Know that you have those couple of years, especially the first 2, to get yourself in order, because after the first 2 years, you are able to apply for a credit card if you have been good with the paying bills on time. Because now that you don't have a credit card, they will look at your payment habits. If you are in good with that, then most likely you will get a credit card. And we're going to go into 2 types of credit cards that you should get and you shouldn't get. The next one is a foreclosure. So a foreclosure is when you lose your home. Unfortunately, maybe you couldn't make the bills on the mortgage. 6 months later, it goes into foreclosure. The bank comes and they take it from you. Another way is judgments. So judgments could be anything, guys. With judgments, you have to garnish your paycheck. So you want to make sure if, hey, Kevin, hey, Brianna, hi, welcome in. Hey, Glamour Queen Ryo, thank you guys for stopping in. Another way, again, I'm sorry, is the judgment. So if you have judgments, you really want to take care of those before they go to your local county or state office, because then that way they will garnish your paycheck. They say it's supposed to be between 10 and 15%, but guess what? I don't want anyone garnishing my check. I don't care if it's $5. I need to know where all my money goes. Mm-hmm. And we'll get into like savings and stuff after that. But Venus, if you want to go into that, and I'm just going to go to the chat and see if anyone is in the chat that would like to come up and offer some information. I'm just going to copy the link again, just to make sure it's fresh here.
Yes, definitely. Those are all challenging situations that, depending on, where your professional life has taken you, whether you're coming out of college and you have student loans, and then, you take out credit cards, things of that nature, or have even larger purchases like automobiles, real estate, things of that nature, is always a challenge for us. And so even though we might have those debts that at some points in time we were not able to meet the monthly payments or whatever the contract was. There are ways out of that. So definitely do not get discouraged, and there are opportunities or will be opportunities in the future for you to change the path if you find yourself at a disadvantage at any point in time in your financial journey.
So if you want to talk about some ways to get out of debt, then I'll piggyback on you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you've heard about loan consolidation. Fortunately, with my student loans, I did not have to go that path, but you can find debt consolidation companies that will give you a lower interest rate to kind of help you through as you look to make payments. Also, you can reach agreements with whatever financial institution, whether it be a credit card institution and things of that nature, so that you don't have to get into the charge-off scenario. You want to try to negotiate if it's a mortgage payment. Sometimes they allow you to have a period, a month or so, where you can put in at the end of your loan, so you can have a breather if you're going through a tough time with your finances, that you can pay that at the end. Different things of that nature to alleviate the financial burden in the short term, so that going forward you can continue to make payments, or it lessen the monthly payments that you have to meet your financial obligation to that institution at that time.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to welcome some of the people in that I have seen here. We have Venus Eats on the panel, guys. She is also a content creator. She is super amazing. I love talking to her. She's very, very interesting. She has a lot of things going on, guys. So if you don't know her, please make sure you're subscribing to her page. If you guys want to ask questions or come up on the panel, the link is there. We got I Am Just Nini. Hello, welcome. We got With Love Q. Woo! Happy Lux. Hello, Happy Lux. We got Mac the Knife. We got Cool Gent 87. Hi, guys. Hello. We got White 2-Pack. Hello, hello. We got Savage Batman in the house. What's up? What's up? We got my girl 10 Veils. Hey, Booski. Hello, hello. We got my moderator, Glamour Queen Ryo. Woo! What's up? What's up? We got Brianna Michelle Lee in the house. What's up, Brianna? We got my boy Kevin K is in the house. If you guys are not connected to Kevin, make sure you give him too. He's awesome. He's also doing some playlists, so make sure you're checking in with him. We have Copper State Treasures. Woo! Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I think I have everyone. We got D Diets. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Hold the phone. Mods, can you drop 10 Veils link in the chat? Because she gave us a super chat. Woo! Thank you, 10 Veils. Thank you. Brianna says, what about when you have been charged and you have medical insurance? Okay, Brianna, we'll get into that in one moment, okay? Who else we have? We got Jason Gaudet. Hey, Jason. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you all again. We are talking about personal credit, how to get that in order, and then we will transition into getting into businesses. Venus Eats here. She has quite a bit of information, a lot of things going on. So guys, make sure you're joining her, and she's going to go into detail with that for us shortly. But I wanted to go in 7 quick ways to raise your credit score that will help you. Again, it's a process, guys. So you have to take these steps. It's your credit. You have to do this, okay? You can pay down your debt. You can do like a snowball. A snowball method is when you take, say you have 3 credit cards, and one is 100, 300, and 500. You pay off the 100. Once you pay that off, whatever your minimum payment was to that 100, you're going to take and put to the 300. You're still going to pay the regular amount on the 300, okay? So you pay that off. Then you go to the one that's 500, and you keep doing that until it's all paid off. That's a really easy way. You do have to be determined, and you have to make sure that you're doing it on your own. You have to be determined to do these things, guys. If you don't take care of your credit, you will not be able to get the things in life that we want, okay? So another way is you can pay twice a month on a bill. So say for instance, like some mortgages, not all, but some mortgages let you pay twice a week. I'm sorry, twice a month. That's a good way to pay it down. Even your car notes, because that way it seems as if you're making one extra payment per year. So that's a great way. You can ask for an increase on your credit limit if you have credit cards. Now, this one I want you to be careful with, because if you don't take your time and have good credit before you get the increase, you're not going to do it once you get it. So make sure that you are being deliberate and you are making sure that all your payments are on time. Wait 6 months. If you have done that in a good way, then you can request a credit limit increase. Sometimes they give you up to $150 to $200, and that'll build your credit. So that's a good way also. You can open a new account. Again, be careful with opening new accounts. You have to make sure that you are being a good payer on your other accounts. Say if you have a credit card to a major store, say Best Buy, and now you want one for home goods, you can do that, but make sure you're doing your current payments on your other cards. Another way is negotiate any outstanding balance that you may have. Maybe you have a credit card that's $6,000 and you don't think you can pay the monthly fee of $300 or whatever it is. Talk to them, see if you can negotiate with them. Maybe they can lower that to like $50, and then that extra money you can put toward your other cards and pay down. All takes you being very, very adult, okay? So this is just called Adulting 101. That's all this is. Another way is if you have children and say they're teenagers or getting ready to go to college, if you add them as an authorized user on your good paying credit card, remember it has to be good paying, it has to be in good standing for 2 full years, then you can add that person on. And if you still make regular payments and everything is good, by the time that child, just say, gets 18 or 19, is getting ready to go to college, they'll already have a great credit score of 700 or above. Now, I do want you to be careful with children's social security cards. Make sure you're guarding their social security number just like you guard yours. People do not realize that they still children's I'm sorry, I keep saying credit card. Children's social security card numbers also. So you have to make sure you are looking out for your safety also. Anything you want to piggyback on?
Yeah, something also I saw in the comments, Glamour mentioned high APR. So I'm glad you mentioned that, because I have two major credit cards that I have larger balances on. And so I take advantage of those 0% for 12-month offers every time they come up. If I have a balance on one, I move the balance over to the 0% offer and just keep going on, and you'll have that balance, but you're paying it down slowly but surely and ensuring that you're not incurring any additional fees from the interest rate. So if you're blessed to have that option, definitely do take some of those higher rate balances and move them over to accounts that have the lower rate or no rate, and take advantage of promotional rates where you can.
That is so good. But like I said, you have to make sure you are paying these cards. I just want to say something. Marley's Inspiration. Hi, welcome to the live. She says, cell phone providers agreed not to terminate service due to non-payment for 60 days just announced. I also saw, I don't know what you guys call it, but your light and gas bill, they're also not shutting you off for the 60 days also because of the things that we're going through, the CV, because we're really not supposed to talk about it,
Right.
but because of what's going on in the world. Yes. So guys, if you are late on a payment and almost in termination, make sure you're calling them and making sure that this information is correct. I would say go state by state. I don't want to just say because my state is doing it, your state is. So make sure you're checking that out on your own and seeing if that is what's going on. Hi, Ash Vlog, Self-Made is in the house. Hello, welcome to the live. We have Blossom Franco in the house. Hello, Blossom Franco, welcome, welcome. I just don't want to miss anyone. Let's see, who else we have? We have Sam I Am. Hey, Sam. Hi. I'm going to drop the link again for you, Sam. Hold on. He's supposed to be coming up on the board. Let's see. Okay, Sam, that should be the link if you like to come on up. We got Melda 242. Hello. Hey, Bobby Gibson, my brother. Hi. How are you? Welcome to the live. So, guys, yes, as she was saying with the APRs, this is a reason your credit needs to be in order. Hi, Haiti Baldon. I just met her the other day. She hit her 4K, guys. So, Haiti, make sure you're going over there checking her out. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. So, guys, when you have I'm just going to give you an example, a credit card or a credit score, and say your credit score is 800, okay? You really can walk into anywhere and get anything you want because they're really going to be like, okay, here you go. Your APR most likely is going to be 0 or 1%, or if even that. If you walk in, just say we're going for a vehicle, and your credit score is 580, you're not going to get that 1%. You're probably going to get 24 to 25%. That is extremely too high. I would say 10% and under. However, I know some people are saying 15% and under. I would say if you can get a car or a vehicle for under 10% of APR, that's good. Okay, even if you can get into single digits, it's even better. But I would say 10 and lower. Okay, if you get about 12 and you're at a 600 credit score, that's still not too bad. If you're making payments on time for 6 months, you can always go and request that to be refied. Maybe try like a credit union. Credit unions are for the people, guys. If you don't know that, credit union, banks are good too, but credit unions, if your credit score is not good or high, most likely you can get more help from a credit union. If you want to piggyback on that, I want to make sure I'm dropped that link correct.
Yes, definitely. And then for younger folks, younger professionals that's just getting started, like Vern said, credit unions are great because that was the first ever bank account I had was through a credit union in college. They had a credit union there, and they really care about your financial future and you growing with them. So they'll essentially suggest not only just things to build your credit, but then to build your savings and start growing your wealth as well. So definitely, if you can, check into credit unions because like Vern said, they are for the people and they really want to see you grow with them and continue to build a community, a financial community that's prosperous.
Mm-hmm. What I wanted to say about the credit union. So when you go into a credit union, if you make sure you have a good relationship with them, and you have, I'm just going to say 1 or 2 bills, maybe you have your light and gas bill with them and you have a car note with them, most likely you can get one of their credit cards and it's just as good, if not better, sometimes than getting a standard MasterCard or Visa because they know that you have that relationship and you have funds coming in. They're more likely to work with you to get a higher amount on a credit card. Normally, when you're starting out, you get about a $200 to $300 limit. But if you have a relationship at this credit union or even at a bank, they may even give you more. I would say 1,000 or more. Okay, so just know that. And when you're paying these back, the standard is 30% or less to use. I'm just saying, if you can go lower than that, it's better. I would say stay under 15%. But what they say is if you stay under 30%. So what you do is take that $500, say you divide that by 30%, and I think that's 150, isn't it? If I'm correct. Mm-hmm. That 150 or whatever that number is, that's the amount that you can use. And that's what you want to stay under. When you start getting up to the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, they're looking at you almost as a risk. Mm-hmm. Make sure you're staying, and that's per card. Okay. But if you have 10 cards, it's going to be for the whole lot. Okay. So in the beginning, it's the 30% per card. So if you have 5, you want to stay under 30% per card, but you also must take the entire amount, the total of all the cards you have, and still be under that 30%. Ash Vlogs. Okay, Ash Vlogs, thank you. Hi, Serena Joseph. Welcome to the live. Sam I Am said give him a minute. He's going to come up. He's one of the gentlemen that I invited to come up on the up on the stream. IMG Nini says, I've been with my credit union for 30 years. Yes, awesome. If you have been with them for 30 years and you've been in good standing, you probably can walk in there, no lie, and probably ask or request for a home loan, okay? Say if you wanted a home loan for $200,000 and you've been there 30 years, you've had a good relationship, most likely you're going to get more than that. They're probably double that. Because if you have that relationship with them and you're doing good, most of the times they're going to give you whatever you want, but you have to make sure you are being an adult and paying your bills and paying on time. And better if you can pay 2 to 3 days before your due date is even better. You want to touch on that, Venus?
Yes, definitely pay early, pay often. And again, if you are meeting financial challenges, definitely try to develop that relationship with your credit provider and renegotiate. Maybe they have a promotional rate there on your existing credit card and they can offer you that just to help alleviate some of the amount that you're paying a month. They might have other promotional credit cards that they're trying to get a quota on it so that you could switch over or open a second account and then do that balance transfer that I was talking about. Don't be afraid to ask. That's the like Vernon saying, you're taking charge of your financial future. So definitely go through whatever avenues you can to help alleviate some of that stress so you can have a clearer picture and plan forward, as you're meeting these challenges.
That's right. Hi, Jefferson 2J. Welcome to the live. I haven't seen your name before, but welcome in. We welcome you here. Hi, Vibes with Cola. Hi, how are you? Young lady has been with me before I even had 500 is Vibes with Cola. Hey, Cola, how are you? And Glamour Queen says, another thing is opening too many lines of credit at once. Exactly. If you can stay at 2 a year is good. 3 is not terrible, but 2 is even better. Yes. So we are talking about personal credit. Try not to have too many hard inquiries. Yes, we're going to go over that. Yes, Glamour. Yes. So guys, if you don't know what a credit score is, a credit score is basically a report card saying how well you handle money and if you are a risk for banks, car loans, mortgages, anything that's of big nature, credit cards to lend you money. So you want to be at a good lending risk, not a high risk. If you're at a high risk, they're not going to help you. So a credit score should range between 300 and 900. So listen to me, 300 and 900. You want to at least be in the middle. If you're 300, 400, or 500, most likely you're not going to be able to get credit. I'm not going to say they're not going to give it to you, but if they give it to you, believe me, your APR is going to be out the roof and you don't. So if you're 600, 700, 800, you're more likely to get items. I would say if you're at a 600 or a 610, 620, you can probably get an okay rate. It's not going to be perfect, but it's not going to be terrible. But if you get that rate, just say your rate was 15%, okay? And you went for furniture. Say you went to purchase furniture and the furniture was $2,000. If you make your payments on time for 6 months and you're really good at making sure it's paid, it's on time, it's always there, you can ask and go in and they may refinance for you at a lower, it may not at that same company, you may have to go somewhere else. Hold on, I think he's, just welcome. I am just needing to the live. How are you? Welcome in. It may not at that same company. I hear an echo.
Yeah, let me get my headphones. 1 second.
Hey, T Rich is in the house. Hi, T Rich. Welcome, welcome. Angela Critters is here. Hi, Angela Critters. Hi, how are you? Okay, awesome. So I am just Nini. Thank you again for stopping in. Do you know Venus Eats? If you don't, you really need to get over there and check her out.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so just Nini, you want to introduce yourself? Oh, I can't hear her. Can you?
Yeah, she's muted.
I'm just Nini.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Hold.
No, back the other way.
Okay,
You
hold
were
on.
fine. You're fine.
There you go.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
just I'm just needing it. Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm kidding playback, so I gotta get used to it. But I'm just Nene. I've been with YouTube since November. So I'm a new one, but also the information that these two young ladies are giving are very important because it's going to cover something that you all are not going to realize what comes from my end, what I deal with every day as far as what I work with, which is taxes.
Let's talk about it. Go right ahead. And she wanted to come up and explain something. Hey, IC. Hi, IC. How are you? Yep, go ahead. You can have the floor. I'm going to mute myself. I'm just going to answer the chat. Okay.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay. What I need y'all to realize is this. Know what you put on your tax return. Because of this, I see it every day. There are so many younger and older people that put so much stuff on their tax return and don't even know what they got on their return. They're like, I got a $10,000 refund coming and don't even know how they get it.
Right. You can talk, Nene.
Okay. So the thing that I see is this. Please, if you can't verify a relationship to that child, don't put that child on that return. Please. Whew. Don't put credits on there that you know you can't verify. Because that stuff comes across my desk and I have to sit up here and write you a letter and tell you why you don't qualify. And especially I'm seeing where the young ones are 18, 19, 20 getting caught up in this because the parents are saying, go ahead and claim your sister and brother. But the parent made more money than the child is claiming the sibling.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Go ahead, girl. Talk about it. That's right. Let them know.
And a big thing is business. Keep your receipts for 3 to 4 years. That schedule C. A lot of people put the schedule C on their tax return and don't realize we're going to come back out and ask you to prove every single cent.
Mm-hmm. Yep, sure are. Yep.
So I don't, when I get someone on the phone, and Vern's knows sometimes I be on somebody else's live, but I be at work and I be answering phone calls and I be trying to tell people, please don't, educate yourself. I run across those that are my daughter's age, just 27, and I explain it to them, baby, this is why you got audited. Don't do this. Because it's going to be where we could put a ban on you. We got a 2-year and a 10-year ban. And it's serious.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. You can keep talking.
Okay.
You got the floor. Yep.
The main thing that is, if you got questions, please don't be scared to call the Internal Revenue Service. That's what we're there for. We're not there to hurt you. We're there to educate you. Go to www.irs.gov. It'll answer questions. We actually do taxes for free at a VITA site in your area. If you make under a certain amount of money, let your government work for you. I know a lot of people don't want to hear about the government work for you, that this person down the street can get me the how you want the hookup. The hookup will get you in trouble.
I can.
Mm-hmm.
You want to explain to them and tell them the correct way they should be filing their exemptions. And also, they had a change this year on taxes.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you want to talk about that?
Okay, now from the new administration changed taxes. Big change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. From 2018 to 2025, exemptions went away. You get what you call an other dependent credit. It's a $500 non-refundable credit. You can get that for anybody if you can prove that they've been in your house for 12 months, but it's non-refundable. The filing status has changed. It's doubled. So your head of household has changed. Your
Sam is coming in. I'm just gonna bring him on.
Your head of household has changed. Your
Sam, one moment, okay?
Married filing
Okay, no problem.
has changed. You need to know, and the whole tax form has changed. So you need to know what it is that you're looking at, what you're putting on the return, or whoever's doing your return. Another thing, do not overstate your wages and your withholding, because that's a kind of case that comes across my desk, and I'm like having to explain to people, you put that you had $5,000 in withholding, but you only made $7,000. How is that?
Thank you. Nene, just one moment, okay? I want to welcome in Sam. I actually met him on Inspiration for You and Me. She used to be called Teeny Tiny YouTuber. Am I saying it right? Teeny Tiny YouTuber is what she used to be called. I think that's what she used to be called, but she changed her name, and that's how I met Sam. He is awesome. We've been chit-chatting within the chat, and I did ask him to come up on the panel with me again. Thank you to my followers for being here. I appreciate you. So on the panel, we have myself. We have Venus Eats. If you don't know her, Sam, I'm telling you, she's an awesome, awesome lady. And then on the bottom, we have I Am Just Nene. She's actually fairly new to YouTube, but she is coming in here and she's doing her thing. And she's actually letting people know about taxes. Venus and I were talking about personal credit, and we're going to go back around. But I'm going to let Nene finish up, and then we're going to have you interject. Okay, Sam?
Sounds good. How's my sound? Can you guys hear me?
Awesome.
Okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. My connection might not be the best, but we'll work with it. If it goes bad, then I'll just drop off. But yeah, okay, cool.
All right. I Am Just Nene. You can finish what you're saying, and then we're going to transition into Sam. Okay.
And actually, I'll be right back. So
okay,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead, Nene.
Okay. Okay, because a lot of the calls, a lot of the cases that I get are cases that shouldn't be coming across the desk. Taxes has, I'm gonna be honest with you, when people call us, they get mad at the Internal Revenue Service, but they fail to realize Congress writes tax law. We don't, we just enforce it. When you got all this material in front of you, a website that you can go and read, but then you're calling and you're saying, well, such and such said I could do this, and I'm telling you, you can't. It's a problem. Now, let me just classify what head of household is. Head of household is when you are single with an exemption. Head of household is not that you're head of your household. I have problems with couples that are married. They'll file head of household. They should either be filing married filing joint or married filing separate. The only way you can file head of household is if you live separate and apart from that spouse on December 31st of that year that the tax year ends. Then I got the problem of where I'm seeing where, okay, we find out you're married. So you know what we got to do. You sent in your information, and we got to make you married filing separate. We make you married filing separate. We take away all your credits except for the additional child tax credit. Another thing, this administration turned around and made it where in order for you to get like additional child tax credit, your child has to have a valid social. It has to not say not valid for employment. It has to be a social security card, because they're stopping people from getting additional child tax credit that got it back in 17 and 16. Always know what the current tax law is. It doesn't hurt to read. It doesn't hurt to call us and ask us. I'm one of the sweetest examiners that, but then when you call me and be crazy, I gotta be crazy with you. But if you can show me that you have this amount of information, I'm going to be more than welcome to close that case and give it to you. I'm not going to pursue you for something that I already know you've been filing for years and I can verify it.
I'm just gonna go through the chat. Thank you guys for being here. If you can share me out, please do. If you have the community tab, don't forget to thumbs up this live. And if you're not connected to me, I'm
on
Please connect.
www.irs.gov.
And also
call, and we will answer any question.
Okay. Thank you. And also, Venus Eats, if you're not connected to her, Sam I Am, and I Am Just Nini. Thank you, I Am Just Nini. Don't go nowhere, okay? So I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being in the chat again. And now we have a new panelist, and his name is Sam I Am. And Sam, maybe you want to introduce yourself first, and then I'm going to give you the floor.
Sure. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my name's Sam I Am, or actually my name's just Sam, but let's see, about me. Well, I'm 34 years old. I'm from Southern California. Uh, I don't know. I'm a salesman. I'm not nothing special. But I'm just a guy. Vernez asked me to come on because I forget exactly why Vernez, but I think on Inspirations channel, we might have dipped into a conversation about credit or something rather.
Yes.
I forget exactly. And I'm not sure exactly what you guys are on today. Sorry, because I saw you pop up, but I'm doing like 50 things at once. I don't know if I told you I'm in Brazil right now.
Yes,
and,
you did.
My mom just got on her plane to come meet me here. So I'm trying to make sure everything's going good with that and planning out what I got to do tomorrow to go pick her up. Okay. So anyway,
stay safe out there.
I will. I wish I could show you. It's already dark, but I wish I could show you guys how beautiful it is
okay.
Right here. But you can see a bunch of lights, but the lights might not mean anything. But yeah, I'm just a guy. As far as like my experience with credit, it's funny. I didn't really use credit for about 10 years.
Wow.
Because when I was younger, when I was like real early, I think maybe about 20, I actually filed for bankruptcy when I was about 20. And I was working a job, and I didn't really have a whole lot of debt. I just kind of stopped working and started going to school, and there was just more money than I could pay. And at the time, the best option kind of was just do a bankruptcy, get it over with. But so because of that, partially because it can be difficult to get credit after bankruptcy, and then also too, more than that was just my fear of credit, if that makes sense. I just didn't, what it was, because, and I'm sure a lot of people can understand this, a lot of times with credit, it starts as a little this, a little that. Next thing you know, it's a big mountain of debt, and you're not sure exactly how it got there. I mean, you have some idea, but it's just like, wow. And so because of a fear of that, I kind of just was like, if I'm not paying it cash, I don't want to be bothered with it. I don't want to have anything over my head. And it's funny, just recently in the past year and a half, I actually started using credit again and wanting to try and build my credit up and stuff like that. And so far I've been doing pretty good. But anyways, that's my background as far as me and also my history with credit, if you will. So yeah. I don't know if you guys have any specific questions or anything.
Yeah, one of my moderators, actually, she was saying someone stole her daughter's identity and she got audited. Hold on, let me put Nini back in. Nini, can you hear? She said she got audited. Someone stole her daughter's identity and she had to get like the school information. And she said they found out who used it. People steal other people's info. You don't even know the person. A person is crazy. Yes. You want to touch on that a little bit, Nini?
Mm-hmm. I'm still listening to what Verns was reading. Yes, ID theft is a big thing with the Internal Revenue Service. I kind of sort of work in
Mm-hmm.
I actually work a jack of all trades in the service. This is what people do. Y'all may see it on the news or something, but everybody, they have what they call, we gonna do a tax return party. It's big in
Oh,
Florida.
no, never heard of that
And
one.
so what they do is they have
Heard of it.
people's social security numbers. And they are in hotel rooms with all these laptops, computers, and they're just running socials to see which return will hit. And then it will go to a green dot card or something.
Wow.
Do not, if you're doing something, if you're going to get your taxes done, you go see somebody eye to eye. Do not give your social over the phone because you don't know that person.
Mm-hmm.
Do make sure you get a copy of your return before you walk out that facility. Jackson Hewitt, H&R Block, they have issues too. But y'all also have to realize that's a separate entity, that's a business. So you don't have to take out that insurance that they keep trying to tell you, because when you get examined, they're not going to be able to they're not going to cover it. So don't give out your social to someone over the phone. If your return rejects e-file, this is a big one. If your return rejects e-file, that doesn't mean you can't file your return. You mail it, because there's something going on. The reason why that return rejected. Okay, a lot of people don't know that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Venus, you want to touch on anything
about? Sure. In relation to taxes, I had a similar challenge. I now file my taxes with an identity theft PIN. The government gives me a PIN that I utilize to verify that I'm actually me, so that someone else can't file my taxes or utilize my social security number. I was sharing earlier in the broadcast that I unfortunately was a victim of identity theft, guys. So definitely, as Vern was mentioning in the advice that we've given throughout, make sure you monitor your credit report, the basics of it, getting one first of all, but then using credit monitoring services. Credit Karma, again, is free, so that you can see your activity and how that's affecting your credit score, but then guard against anyone else utilizing the credit that you're working so hard to build for ill-gotten reasons. So I'm definitely glad that we're having this conversation and can help others guard their financial future and their profile in general as they're working hard to build it.
And your children's social security cards, make sure you are not giving that out to anyone, because they will use it. They can get light and gas in their name. They can purchase things in their names. This is a child. Make sure you are watching that also. You want to touch on that, Sam?
I would. Let me also add. Be careful the places you shop at, especially if you're making some major purchases like a car and stuff like that. And the reason I'm saying this is because I used to be a car salesman, and I used to work at various places. And unfortunately, you'd be surprised how careless some people are with some very sensitive information. And matter of fact, I didn't. I'm gonna. I forget what they say in the Bible, but basically, I'm casting the first stone because I'm guilty myself. But the reason I'm saying, not of any crime or anything like that, but I realized I had a folder in my garage that was really all it was for was to keep contact information for customers, so we could call them a billion times to see if we could sell them a car or another car.
Yes.
But on these papers, it has every single piece of information I need to apply for credit with their stuff. It has their name, address, phone numbers, emails, social security number, everything. And so I spent like a half a day the other day shredding that among the other things. Well, this is maybe about a couple months ago. But anyways, I'm saying that because not every place is as careful with information. Not every place is, and not even necessarily that, because it may not even be so much that they're not careful, but some places you just have folks that are just unsavory, and any opportunity they see or find to maximize um, the information that they have access to, there's folks that will do it. I don't want to make people be all extra scared or anything like that, but there's just, you won't believe how much of your information is sometimes just floating around.
Yep.
And although, on some level there's nothing you can do, like I hate it, but matter of fact, I applied for like American Airlines card the other day, and I had to put my information online, which I really don't like. So on some level, we just kind of have to accept some risk, because that's the society we live in. But just always try to proceed with caution, and at a minimum, just kind of think and analyze about some of those things, just so it could be present on your mind, so you could be a little bit more careful as far as who you're doing business with, and things like that. So sorry that was long-winded, but
No, that's okay.
I made
Also, when you get those little things in the mail, make sure if you're not going to be applying to them, invest in a shredder. That is very, very important. Invest in a shredder. So I'm going to invite the Life of Riri here. Hold on, because it says her mic is muted. Hold on.
Hi,
okay, Life of Riri is it. Hi, Life of Riri. Thank you for joining us on the panel today. And again, we're talking about personal credit, and then we're going to go into business. So I just want to just let you know who's on the panel. We have Venus Eats, my girl. She's a longtime YouTuber like myself. We have Sam I Am. He's actually in Brazil right now, but I've met him through another YouTuber, and he's awesome. So I've been speaking with him back and forth. And then we have I Am Just Nini, and she is fairly new to YouTube, but you know what? We welcome everyone. And then we have my girl, the Life of Riri. I did a panel with her not too long ago about the YouTube info, but please welcome her. And then Life of Riri, if you want to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I have a channel. My channel is a multi-channel. It does everything. But I'm just steering away from the mukbang thing. I'm getting more into what you're doing as far as informational. It's a little bit more about myself, because I do have a business aspect at the same time. So I'm trying to gear my channel towards that, but I still may throw a couple mukbangs in it. But I'm open to anything. My channel is about everything. But I appreciate you inviting me on the panel. I think this is a very, very, very great conversational piece, especially this time of year.
Yes.
Tax season, and then what's going on in the world as it is today. So this is a very good topic.
And the life, I'm sorry. And I Am Just Nini actually does taxes, so she's here giving us some heads up. Yes.
I actually work for them people.
Working for the man.
And Sam I Am is a content creator as well?
Yes.
Okay.
One, not a real one. Barely trying.
Well, it's nice.
Almost no effort. But thank you.
Everybody in the chat.
Nice to meet you as well.
She said hello to everyone in the chat. How are you doing? Did you want to touch on anything, Life of Riri? Maybe something that you know about credit?
I could pretty much piggyback, because everything that you said, I was listening for a little while before I entered the chat, because I wanted to hear what's going on. But it's like everything that you guys have all topped on, like far as shredding any documentation that you are not obtaining, you're not using. Don't go out and just apply for crazy, because sometimes they do keep your information, and people sell your information. I was actually one of my family members was actually involved in a tax ring. I heard one young lady say they have a tax party or some type of party was having where they share social security numbers. So you have to be careful about that too. Even though you go to these big tax companies, you have to be careful about the employees that work in a tax company. They sell social security numbers as well. So you have to be, you have to be very mindful how you use your social security number. And I recommend anybody, if you can, put a code on it. Put a code on your social security number, so anytime it's being hit, that you'll be notified right away. And that code has to be responded back, else it's going to be considered as fraud. So you have to protect you, your person, and your children. Protect both, everybody in your family.
Yes.
No, you have to be very mindful when you're doing business in today's society, because we weren't taught when we were younger how to establish credit and how to keep our credit up, and how to make sure that we checking everything. I check my credit every 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
I check to make sure that there's no new inquiries. I check to make sure that it's not being ran anywhere. I check everything about. I do Credit Karma, but I also once a year do a extensive credit back report to make sure that there was nothing that I didn't miss along the year by just looking at Credit Karma that was actually hidden. So those are some great ideas you gave people. I mean, to me, it's keeping your information as much as secretive as you can. Shred, you can't shred. Rip it up into 1,000 pieces. Put it in the fireplace. Do not just simply take it and throw it in the trash.
Yeah. Credit Karma, Credit Sesame, Wallet Hub. I know some of them also offer you some kind of insurance policy, almost like $50,000 to $60,000 free to you for signing up. So if they're offering that, it's a perk. Take it. Because if someone does do identity theft, you'll get a ding or a notice or something from them, and they'll tell you your social security has been used or you have a new employer. They'll tell you anything. So if they're offering it, make sure you are getting. Also, your credit unions and banks, sometimes they offer that even free, like life insurance. If they're offering it to you, take it. Again, read the fine print on everything. I always tell you guys that. But I wanted to tell you guys, just because your credit is bad, if you are employed, work from home, if you work at a brick and mortar store, I don't care if you work at McDonald's, there's no reason that you can't start a savings. Everyone must have some kind of savings plan in system. I do not care if you work at McDonald's and make $12 an hour. Pay yourself first. That is so important. If they offer a 401k plan, get into it at least up to the match. If they match 5%, 6%, 8%, put some money in there to at least that match. You can also take out an IRA at a credit union or a bank. You don't have to put much in. Start with $50. If you can spare $50 to go out to dinner, you can spare $50 to go and do a savings for yourself. Also, I have 2 savings plans thing that I'm going to go over and just give you guys some tips on how to do that. But if you guys want to touch on some things about savings and how to save for yourself, you guys go ahead. What's this saying in a private chat? Oh, someone has a YouTube window open. Let's see. Maybe it's me. Hold on. Hold on a second, guys. I'm just gonna go in and see. I'm not playing any videos, but
might be might be live for Riri because it started when she came on. She might. I always forget to pause mine.
It was me. I closed it.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay. It happens. So sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, because I seen that. I'm like, what?
Yeah, savings is very important. Very important. If it's nothing, if you take, say for instance, you get paid. If you take 10% of your paycheck and put it to the side, you'll never miss it. And sometimes you can also even have, if you have a direct deposit through your job, they can also put into account where you'll never even see it. And just think about every time you get paid that you never even, you're not going to miss it because you don't see it.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what I have done over the past years. So not only with my 401k, I also have additional savings outside of that. And that's for these rainy days. That's for an emergency, like if something goes on and I really need it. But I hope I can extend my savings all the way until I get ready to retire. So I have a 401k and I have a savings.
Can I?
Go right ahead. Yeah.
Another thing people don't realize with taxes, if you don't pay them, that affects you in getting a house.
Yes.
Certain loans.
Talk about it.
And then there was something else that Riri had said, and I forgot it. It'll hit me in a minute. But you got to make sure that taxes. And I'm about to sit up here and cry because I have so many phone calls come across. And when I see that they're 91s, 92s, 93s, 96, 97. Those are babies still. They shouldn't be having to worry about paying back $10,000, $12,000 in taxes because somebody told them to put something on their return. Because once you get in that cycle, we're gonna pick you up the next year, whether you want us to or not. You have to, when you come across my desk, you have to have 2 consecutive years in exams to close in your favor before we stop looking at you. So what I try to do, like I had one Thursday. She was only assigned to me for 18, but she did her 19. Not everybody do it, not all examiners do it, but I did it. I knew she had the same thing, nothing changed. I had it assigned to me and I closed both years because I didn't want her. It took almost a year for her 18 to get cleared.
Wow.
If anybody called the IRS, if anybody got tax issues, you're going to have a 2 to 3 hour wait because we don't really have the manpower.
Yeah.
The same examiner that you're talking to on the phone is the same person that's doing the work. So if I'm a 10-hour employee and I got 6 hours on the phone throughout the day, when can I really work your reply?
You can't.
And that's what we're telling them now. And so I'm gonna tell you how far behind we are. If you're getting your 19 pull for exams, when you call me, I'm gonna tell you it's gonna be 12 to 16 weeks before you may hear from me. Because I still got 2018 from October on my desk. And we in what, March?
Ooh.
That's right. That's right.
So that's why before you put it on the return, call. We like to give you information. Go to a VITA site, VITA, file taxes for free. If you use a system, do not use TurboTax. TurboTax has an awful glitch and will get you audited.
Really?
It's not the best. I can't. When people call, I can't recommend which one for them to use. But if you go on www.irs.gov, we have all of them. TaxSlayer, Free Tax USA. I will tell you, use any of them but that.
I've been using TurboTax for 12 years. Don't come at me.
I know. I feel so bad.
It's just, a lot of people hear that 3-letter word or the full, know, and they run. Why? Yeah. Why? All you gotta do is just ask, because I don't like seeing, and I ain't saying that it's mostly us that's getting examined, because they get examined too. But when I see the younger generation, even some older generation, this is so funny. I answered the phone call. The lady thought she had hung up. She called a girlfriend, told her, "Don't you file that Schedule C, because they looking at them." So you got people filing Schedule C's because we used to didn't look at them. Well, guess what? Now we look at them because you got to have verified income to get the earned income credit. Everybody look at, I get the phone call, so this the big check. Huh? The big check. Do not look at the government. The only thing you're entitled to when you file a return technically is your withholding.
Right.
If you make under a certain amount of money and qualify for the earned income credit, the government is more than happy to give it to you. The additional child tax credit, we're more than happy to give it to you. But you got to also realize these credits that you're putting on your return, you got to be able to back it up if you get it. You got to be able to back it up, point blank. And that's why I do not like seeing young folks come across my desk and here they are they're 20 years old, owing $12,000 back. When they gonna pay it back? If they only make it 17, how they gonna pay it back? How you, and don't say, well, if I can't claim them this year, you're gonna go ahead and claim it. And another thing, if you are paying child support, that baby don't live with you.
Right.
Don't put that baby on that return. If I ask a simple question on the phone, if the child is old enough to be in school, whose residence is listed as that child's residence? And you tell me the mama, don't you put that baby on that return. And it happens all the time. Well, I pay child support. Well, you know what? You do the child live with you? There are very rare cases where the child and the mom and the daddy live together, but the mama got him on child support. I was one like that. After my divorce, sure did. He was on child support, but he didn't claim her. But I'm just saying, don't do it. Please don't do it, because it's in another thing, piggyback on credit score. Did you not know if your credit score was below a certain amount, you cannot get a job with certain companies?
Mm-hmm.
If it's in the banking, I had a girlfriend. She was going for the promotion. Her credit score had dropped a little bit. They told her no, because she had to be here. And she dropped 5 points and she cried because she really wanted that job. So credit, all that is still, and guess what? It come all the way back to guess who? The Internal Revenue Service.
Venus East, do you have anything to say about maybe a savings plan or a suggestion that they can do? Because like I said, just because you're making a small amount of money, I don't care if you're working at McDonald's, you can start a savings plan. Start small. Do something that is measurable, that you know, okay, I might not be able to do it for a whole year and do $10,000, but maybe I can do $300 for 6 months. Start small. So Venus, is there anything that you want to talk about?
I definitely say out of sight, out of mind. That's how I save money. So as soon as my money goes direct deposit in, I already got it automatically going into that savings account. So you won't see it, you won't miss it. And then when you turn and look at your savings, it's like, hallelujah, I have all this money that I've been stocking away for something that I needed it for. So definitely, I think we just need to have a different relationship with money. Let it flow. If it comes out, if it has to go out, it will come back to you. It all depends on your mindset about money. So don't feel like you're on a financial diet when you have to take some money and put it to the side, because that will benefit you in the long run. So don't feel like you're at a deficit or you're starving yourself for money or something you want to purchase in the immediate short term, because in the long term, you're going to look at the discipline that you have for yourself, and it's only going to benefit you down the road. So have faith in it, and you'll, come out in the end the way you hope for, you wish for. So
money is energy, and you have to tell your money where to go. Do you want it to go to savings? Do you want it to go out to eat where you're not going to see it? You have to make this like a blueprint plan. Okay, we all experience some kind of setback, difficulties, job loss, illness, death of a loved one, or anything. Accidents, anything can happen. But whatever that case is, you have to make sure you are financially successful. You tell yourself, I'm financially abundant. I am prosperous. I am happy. Speak positivity over whatever it is in your life, especially your finances. If you're broke all the time, guess what? You're going to stay broke. You better say, I'm financially successful. My business is taking off. I'm making this much. Say it. Put it out in the air. Put it out. It's all energy. That to come back. Like, if you're nice to people, it comes back to you. That is such a true saying. So make sure you are putting this out in the air. Again, starting a savings plan, like I said, is not hard. I have 2 savings plans. One is the 30-day money challenge. So for 30 days, 31 days of the month, whatever it is,
I do that.
Each day, that's the amount of money that you take, you put on the side, and you put it away. So today, the 14th, you would take $14, you would put it away in a jar or whatever. Tomorrow's the 15th, you would take $15. So if you don't do it every day, try to do it for that week. But try to make sure you're paying yourself in some way. Because guess what? Uncle Sam gonna get his money. It's nothing definite in life except for death and taxes. Only 2 things that's positive.
Right.
The only 2. And that's gonna happen.
And even if in death, they still try to find a family member to pay your tax.
You better tell. Okay.
Believe it, they're gonna ask everybody in the family. They're gonna go down to your niece, to your nephew.
That's right. That's right. The other money savings plans I have, and this is for a year. Now, if you can't do it in a year, break it down for 6 months. But you take a bunch of numbers, and I don't know if you guys can see that, and you put it on a chart. Each day you take one and you cross it off and you save that much in an envelope. Okay, try to do it, try small. Start out for 2 weeks and see what you can get. Another plan that I do is the $5 savings plan. And this is only good really if you do cash. If you use credit cards, it's not really going to help, or your debit card. But if you have cash and you go to the grocery store and your bill, say your grocery bill is $50 and you give her $75, if she gives you back $5 and fives, you might want to take all that and put it on the side, but you use it your discretion. But every little bit helps, guys. I'm telling you, you have to start saving for yourself. Credit is good. Don't get me wrong. You do need credit, but you do need to have cash. Back in the old days, parents used to take, or grandparents used to take money and put it on their mattress. And of course, we know we can't do that today. But guess what?
Still do.
You need to save something. Exactly. Sam, do you have anything you want to say about savings?
Sorry, were you asking me if I had anything I wanted to say?
Yes. Yeah, about savings or credit or how to pay themselves.
No, I mean, I really appreciate you guys' ideas as far as saving. I've not been the best saver per se until recently, but really it was just because I was making kind of like more money than I needed per se, so I just made sure to put that away. But the one good thing I could say is I didn't go looking for things to spend the money, the excess money on. So while when I normally I'm not making that much money, I won't. Sometimes it's difficult for me to save, but I'm definitely at the point now where like if I'm making above a certain amount, like it's definitely gonna get saved because I have no intentions on buying more things or nicer things or anything like that. So I'm a pretty basic person. Luckily, I don't aspire for too many material things. So and honestly, even though I'm a bad saver per se, I've found that and this is more maybe just a life philosophy, if you will, but I've just really dialed down my desire for a lot of material things, and has really what hard connection going bad.
You're going in and out, Sam.
Maybe that's better. How is it? Is it better now?
That's
I'll
better.
turn off the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Upside down.
Yeah, now you
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, no, just living below your means to me is so important because I was just having a conversation with my mom, and I was telling her, I'll try and make it a short story, but basically I have a cousin, she's having a wedding in Jamaica, but last year we were having a family reunion in Dallas, and she didn't want to spend her own $200 or $300 to fly there, which we're from Southern California, so it wasn't that much. She has this idea that she wants everybody else to spend a few $1,000s of their money to go here and there, but basically the conversation, there's a lot of people that just live way beyond in order to whether impress others or whatever feel, and a lot of times after that, really, while they may have be able to have an illusion of having a lot of things or being more financially successful than they really are, a lot of times those people are just broke. And like I said, while I'm not necessarily the best saver, the advice I could give to people as far as just how to just manage your money better is if you can dial down the materialism in your life, if you have a lot of that, and not to say that everybody is just out here buying, Bentleys and stuff, but a lot of people, there's a lot of people that, just for example, if they're making $5, they're going to spend $7. Then they'll say, I really need to get a better job. So and I'm not making enough money over here, and all these complaints, about finances, and so then they get a job making $7, and the second they hang up the phone with the people that say you're hired, they're out there spending $10. Now it's like, and so it's this never-ending thing. When people don't realize, like, hey, when you have 5, spend 3. When you get 7, spend 5. When you get 10, spend 6. Like, people don't they can't understand that. And like some people, it really is difficult. I get that. I don't know, people have a variety of situations. I'm fortunate, I'm older, I don't have kids and stuff like that, so I'm fortunate in that sense. But there's a lot of people, and not to get distracted, there's a lot of people, they blame stuff on their kids and this, that, and the other. But you see how they're living, it's like, it ain't your kids. Did you need that big truck with those big wheels, or did you need that ridiculously sized house, or did you need this? There's so many things that people um, are buying that they really don't need, and
Unnecessary. Yeah.
yeah, and you really go in
Mm-hmm. Oh, you went out,
a lot of
Sam. Life of Riri.
sorry,
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
you had went out for a minute. Life of Riri.
Yeah.
Did you want to touch on anything about savings and how
You know
to?
what? I do something that's kind of cute though. I do save the change. So what I do is, say for instance, I go into the store and I spend cash. I don't give them the exact change. I give them $1, whatever it is, and that change I take and I put it into a big container. I actually shop for 1 year just off of change alone. So that method actually works. If you try it for a year, you'll be impressed about how much money you can actually save.
Yep.
Change goes a long way. I'm cheap. You know what I'm saying? I budget, I coupon, I do all of that. So I try to find ways to save money for my household, because in the future, I want to pay for my son to go to college. I want him to be able to get a car, and I want his credit to be up to top notch. I don't want him to struggle in the world and, try to figure out, well, how am I going to pay for this? You already have it saved up. So now I actually started him to try to save money and, try to invest in banking things. You got to teach them while they're young, and I say, I encourage you to teach your children how to save and how to protect their stuff as far as credit. Because in the long run, we weren't taught that as children. The generation I grew up in, credit was not everything. If I don't know, some people may grew up with having phone bills in their name before they was even 5 years old.
That is so true.
Okay, that's awful. That's awful.
But that's what they did.
That's what they did. That was the way them.
That happened to me.
I'm like, who does?
But I get my dad or somebody, we have the same name basically. And it was funny when I was like about 21 or so, I had this apartment, and then I moved out and I closed the account with the power company, Edison. So I closed it, paid it, whatever. So then later, something, I don't know if it was on my credit or they sent me a letter, I don't know, one way or another. They hit me up talking about I owe them like $300 or something crazy.
Wow.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, so I'm like, whatever. So they do a little bit of research, or I research something. They're like, yeah, in 1999, you blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I wasn't that, I forget exactly what year or whatever, but basically I remember I was like 9 years old or something like that. I'm like, whatever. So I had to send them a few different things. They took it off or something, but I was like, what in the hell is but anyways, yeah. That happened to me.
One moment, I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here in the chat for being here. I super appreciate you. If you have any questions, please ask and we can answer it as we go. I'm going to keep looking at the chat if I see any questions. If you have not thumbs me up, please do so. If you are not subscribed to me, please do that. And don't forget also to make sure you are subscribing to all the awesome people that are here on the panel. We have Venus Eats. We have Sam I Am. We have I Am Just Nini. And we have The Life of Reed. So please make sure you're going to their pages. Also show some love. We all support here with everyone. We will be going in about half an hour into business. But right now I want to finish up on credit. Again, thank you everybody for being here in the chat. Hey, Onana, how are you, boo? Thank you for being here. So I just wanted to say this. Everyone must be prepared. Not only what's going on, we're not even going to touch on that, but I'm just saying in general, okay? So if you don't have a budget, there's nothing wrong with budgeting, like Riri said, with couponing. You guys know I do couponing at the Dollar Tree. Yes, the Dollar Tree I coupon at, okay? I'm not ashamed. Make sure you are saving any kind of way that you can. Get an Excel spreadsheet. And what you'll do is write out the name of your bill. Say, so mortgage, where's your mortgage being paid to? The name of the mortgage company, how much you owe that monthly bill, how much it is that you owe for the life of the loan, how much is your APR, and then you actually look at it every month and you'll see it breaks down, it comes down, it comes down. If you can put a little extra, do so. If you're an everyday working person, you must have some kind of savings. So savings is separate from emergency money, guys. People think emergency money is the same thing. No. Savings is money that you have that you don't touch, that you're saving for you, for anything, not for you, okay? For your life. But when you get older, okay? That's a savings. Emergency money is for things that may happen, your vehicle, your roof, your extra groceries or anything. That's what emergency money is. So emergency money, I know it's going to maybe be a lot to some and maybe not to others. You should at least have $2,500 in emergency, meaning money you can touch right away. So savings is money that you don't touch. So savings is you should have between 6,000 and 8,000, and that would kind of equal to 2 or 3 months of your normal monthly bills. Who knows? You may lose your job. Pull off of your savings. So that's something you guys need to make sure. Again, like Nene said, your tax refund. If you just say you get back $5,000 in tax refund, that does not mean to go out there and buy the most expensive car and your car note is $500 a month and you can't afford it. No, that's not what you do.
And it's repoed in 3 months.
Right. It doesn't mean go out there and get the biggest TV.
Or the best.
It doesn't mean to go out there and buy the most expensive sneakers.
Right.
If you are getting a tax refund back, you're cheating yourself. You know why? Because you're just giving Uncle Sam tax-free money. You should be either not getting anything back or very little. You should not be getting back $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. You're not doing something right with your tax form. But that has changed. Then he said, so we already touched on that.
Now, some people actually are legit with that.
Right. Right. Some are, but most aren't. Venus, and then Life of Riri, if you guys want to touch on that. Venus, you have anything?
Yeah.
Now that you should always make it a struggle to be able to have access to that money. Don't get a card on that savings account. Don't get it to where you can get it, go to ATM and have it joint up to your checking account.
Right.
Make it a struggle to where you have to physically go in the bank. Because if you physically got to go in the bank, trust me, we're not waiting no line to go get no money. We're not. Make it to where you can't even log online and have access to it. You have to physically go into a bank. And that's the discipline that I use. It's out of sight, out of mind. I don't see it. What you don't know don't hurt you. I don't even know how much. I got a kind of an idea how much is in there, but I don't know an actual penny of what's in my savings because I don't care. That's something that I put away and I don't think about it.
You can actually do it online and do not request a debit card. This way you can't touch it.
You can't touch it. Yep.
Go ahead, Venus.
Yeah, definitely. I actually have to drop in a couple minutes, but just want to also add on to what you were mentioning, Vern. You do not, if you can, when you're doing your exemptions, when you first start a job, to do it the right way. And I didn't take too many. So the money that the government was taking out didn't take a large chunk of my paycheck, but it was just enough so that, like you said, I wouldn't get humongous refunds. Others of my friends and family were saying, I got $5,000 back, $6,000. And yes, it was legit, but as you went through those 12 months, didn't you want that money to show up on your paycheck so you can save it and use it then and not get a lump sum back? So definitely where you can pay attention to, what your income should be so you can use it then and utilize it then. That's the best thing to do.
Yeah. How long you have, Venus?
I was
just a couple minutes. Yeah.
Okay. If you can come back, then
yeah.
I did want to ask you something. Okay. Thank you, though. Go ahead, Nene.
I was gonna say what Venus is saying is that you, instead of you getting your earned income credit up at the end of the year, you can actually go to your employer and they can actually fill out a form where you can get your earned income credit in your paycheck instead of you waiting all the way to the end of the year. That's the best thing to do. Also, do not play a lot with your W-4 because if you have it to the max for the first 6 months, maybe go and switch it the last 6 months so that you won't come out owing. it'll balance itself out. Because I know I work a lot of overtime, but I do not play with my W-4. I'm being so honest. I see where I know people at my job play with their W-4. I'm just gonna put it this way. I can't afford to owe the Internal Revenue Service because I won't have a job. That's how serious it is for me.
Right.
So when April 15th comes, if we Internal Revenue Services don't have our taxes together, a couple of more months down the road, somebody gonna be tapping us on the shoulder saying, "Hey," or you're gonna get a letter, and you're gonna have to explain to management why you didn't do your taxes correctly, or why you didn't pay on time. So we're held at a higher standard than a regular tax person.
Right.
But don't play with your W-4. If you got any questions about it, call. We'll answer it. But if that W-4 the first 6 months, if you're gonna have it at the highest, you need to make sure by the middle of the year you change it so that you won't be owing. And then ask your employer, is there a form you fill out where you can get your EIC, your earned income credit, in your check instead of at the end of the year for the lump sum? And you'll still get some EIC, but it won't be as much as when you get the big thing. Why wait till the end of the year when you know you only make a certain amount of money?
Right. Venus, can you just tell us about your online business so they can check it out before you go?
Sure, thank you. Yes, you guys can check everything out at absolutevenus.com. That's absolutevenus.com.
Yep, I got
and
you.
on my website, there's links to various things I'm doing, from wellness affiliates for products to my t-shirt business on Amazon. There's a link on the Vision tab, so you can find everything there. And then obviously on my Venus Eats and Absolute Venus YouTube channels as well. I look forward to seeing you guys, and it was an excellent panel to be a part of, and I just am excited to see everyone flourish and enjoy themselves, and really us bonding and creating community and helping us through any challenges that we have and grow together. So this has been great.
Thank you, Venus. I appreciate you.
Woo! Bye.
Thank you, Venus. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
I love this.
So if you guys have not thumbs me up, please do so. If you have any questions or would like to come up on the panel, I'm going to drop the link again. We're going to keep on talking. Let me just drop this here. Okay, whoever wants to say something, you can go ahead. Yep.
I have a question for Nini, because I just realized, not just realized, but remembered I have a situation and she's the perfect person to ask. So,
okay.
And then hopefully I come through okay, because I think my connection's starting to act funny. But basically, I'm going to be out of the country until about April 23rd, and I'm not being as responsible as I should have. I didn't file my return before I left. And I may still be able to file it before, because I think I have more or less all my information, or I'll be able to get access to most of my information.
You can actually you got two options. You know that, right?
Yep, you're going in and out, Sam. Yeah. She's answering you.
Like text. I was going to ask you, what's your recommendation?
You have two options. With what's going on that we're not talking about, they're talking about extending the tax, the filing of the taxes, because of what's going on with our friend. Because I don't know Monday if I'm going to work, to be honest with you. I just know management was moving funny. And when they move funny, and I'm a steward, when they move funny, I know something going on. So if we are not operating for 2 weeks, they're going to have to push back for 2 weeks. So that's one option. Your second option is do an extension. Does everybody know that you have two filing dates? You have April 15th and you have October 15th. If you can't get all your information, make sure you got that extension put in by April 15th. That keeps you, and this is one thing that irks me. Well, I'm doing a refund. I don't care if you do a refund. Don't give us extra money that we don't need. File that extension. Okay, so you got two options. I don't know when they're gonna come out and say the later of the April 15th date, but I know that that is coming. And I do know that you have until October 15th.
Okay.
Does that answer your
Thank you
question,
very,
Sam?
very much. It sure does. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Riri, you have anything to say about the taxes? Because we can move on. You still there?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So I just wanted to tell you guys, you can do again 401k if you're employed. If they do a match, whatever they match up to, at least put that in. I don't care if you're 18, 30, or 70. Whatever they match, put into that. That's free money for you, okay?
Yes, it is.
With your credit cards, as we were talking about credit, making sure that you're getting a good rate. Your credit score needs to be at a certain amount, okay? So if you are at 300, 400, even 500, you're not going to get a good rate. You have to take these steps to improve your credit. Like I was saying, pay on time, pay stuff down, start saving and paying yourself first. All these little steps will help you, okay? When you're getting a credit card, make sure you're getting a credit card that is giving you back perks, okay? Not for them. You can get mileage, groceries, you get money back for these things. Miles, like on an airplane, rental cars. So make sure that they're offering something. Most of the time, if you're getting a credit card and they're not offering you anything, your credit is not good or that credit card is not good. If they're offering you a 29 or 39% rate on your credit card, run. That is not a good rate. You do not want anything that high on your credit card, okay? Some credit cards even offer you, if you spend $500 like in 3 months, they'll give you like a 0% interest on a balance transfer. And if you don't know what a balance transfer is, it is, say you had 3 credit cards and 2 of them were maxed out. And then you got this one credit card, just say you had $5,000 in it. If you had $2,000 on one card and $3,000 on the other, you can transfer those balances over to the higher credit card with the lower interest rate. But I wouldn't say do it up to the max. I would say at least do like one card at a time, just so you can see your credit score improve, okay? Another thing is options is, it doesn't give you a lot, but it's savings accounts that have high interest yield. A lot of people don't like them, but hey, it's a little bit of extra money here and there. Anybody else want to say anything? Yep, you want to say something? Riri or Sam, you guys want to say something?
No, I'm good. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay.
Yeah,
So yeah,
sorry.
make sure you are doing a budget and paying yourself back, guys. It's very, very important. Okay, let me look at the chat and see if anyone said anything. Steven said, I understand. Oh, yeah, okay, Steven, no problem. Thank you. Okay, Steven, thank you. Thank you for stepping in. Island Girl said, thanks for coming. Yes, thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. Anyone on the chat want to come up? I can drop the link for you. We're talking about credit. I'm also going to go into talking about some of our content creators that have businesses. So we need to support each other in everything that we do, not just here on YouTube, but also out in the real world. We're all trying to get to 1K. We're all trying to get to 4K and trying to get monetized. So once you get monetized, what else do you have going on after that? Okay, once you get monetized and you get the ads, you guys are not going to be making a whole lot of money. You get maybe 3 cents, 12 cents on an ad. This is what watch an ad to watch it in full. I'm sorry, Sam, what were you going to say?
Oh, no, I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah, so make sure that you have something else going on besides getting monetized through the AdSense and the YouTube, because you're not going to get a $1,000 check a month. You guys can do affiliates through the TubeBuddy. You can do the affiliates through the Amazon. You can make your own jewelry. You can sell t-shirts, anything else that you have going in. You need to have some other kind of business, because sitting there waiting on the ads, you are not going to get a lot of money. Yes. So If you guys have anything to say, I'm gonna just pull my board over so you guys can see.
I just want to tap on you too. Yeah, you have to do something besides just what you're primarily doing on your channel.
Yes.
You want to partner up with somebody outside of your YouTube channel, what you do, and then you want to venture off and do something different than what you're actually doing. Like mukbanging is good, but if you're not partnering with Tyson Chicken or partnering with big corporations to where you're doing reviews and you're actually getting some coins off of it, it's you got to do something different. You have to increase your revenue.
Yes, and please don't quit your day job.
Correct. Correct.
I've heard people saying they're gonna quit their job to be a YouTube star.
And I'm like, I get to retire in 8 years, so unfortunately I'm not quitting no time soon.
But think about it. Why would you want to quit your job that's bringing you money in to be a YouTube star? You know what you have to do to become internet famous?
Or look at your insurance. Look at your insurance, your personal insurance carriage alone. If you're not employed through an employer and you're getting insurance, your insurance coverage will be so out the roof, you wouldn't even be able to afford it.
Exactly. And if you get laid off, who can afford Cobra? I don't even know why they even offer that.
Right? That's a joke to me. I'm like, why would they even invent that?
Who can afford Cobra?
Nobody.
Y'all don't get me started on insurance. I touch on that too.
So it's like, do not quit your day job. You need to still have a regular job.
Yep. Hold on. We have Jay's Journey wants to enter. Hi, Jay's Journey. Welcome.
Hey, Jay.
How are you? Can you hear me, Jay? Oh, hold on.
Yes, I can hear you. How are you all doing?
Welcome in. Introduce yourself, and then if you have a question.
I'm Jay's Journey on YouTube, and I do have a question because I don't know how this happened, but I forgot to file my taxes last year.
Okay.
And I didn't get the extension in October, and so I'm wondering now that I'm getting ready to go file for this year, what do I need to do?
Go ahead and file that return before we file one for you. I'm being so honest because when we file a return for you, or we see you have a history of filing a return, we will file one for you, and it will be with no kind of exemptions, no nothing. So just go ahead and mail it. You may get a penalty, you may not. Just go ahead and mail it. So that way
mail the one from last year or the one from this year?
No, you can e-file this one, but mail the one from last year. It doesn't matter if you would do a refund, just go ahead and mail it, because the longer that you don't, that means that eventually we're going to do one for you, and you don't want us to do that.
Doesn't it have 3 years to file?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right?
It's a late return.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I will do that, Nina. I thank you for your advice and also your advice on the W-4, because I never knew that. Because I never get any money back. I'm always owing. And I didn't know that you could take your W-4 form and half of the year change it. I never knew that.
You can change your W-4 at any time.
And I'm 50 plus years old, but I've never heard of anybody doing that.
Oh, yeah.
They do it. They do it like clockwork. They'll go in there.
And I make pretty good money now. So I'm trying to, 6 months into this year, I should go and change my W-4s. How?
You just, what you do is you got your W-4 form that you turn into your payroll. So you need to go look and see how many exemptions you have, because some people be having 10, 12, whatever exemption.
99.
I don't have any because it's just me. I don't have any dependents. I don't have nothing.
And see, what I don't with mine, I'm gonna be honest with you. I carry my youngest one because she's in college. I don't put in the exemptions. I just let them hold me out at the highest. And then even for my state, one year y'all got so upset. I had never owed the state. I started owing them $7 or whatever. So what I ended up doing is I have them take out a little extra $10, but I get it back. So you have to look at where you're at. The main thing is look at where you're at, figure out where you're going to be at or what you're going to make.
Okay.
And then go from there.
I will say some people change their taxes when they get like a bonus.
Yes.
Then they change it, but then they change it back. Oh, Sam dropped off. Hold on. Welcome back, Sam.
Okay.
A lot of people, like if they know they got a big check coming with overtime,
Right.
they'll go and they'll raise the exemption, but you got to be careful with that because they'll forget to put it back, and then they're caught in a mess. So you got to know when to. I don't go in and play with mine, but you got to know when to do. And then most people go from January to June, June to December.
Okay, and then I just changed over to salary employed instead of hourly. So is that I can still do it in that 6 months time?
You can.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Your girl gonna do something because she needs something back, a little something.
Yes, Nene is an expert on taxes.
Okay, so how do we get in touch with you, Nene?
Actually, I work for them folks. That's all I'm gonna say. But you can go to www.irs.gov and you can call and ask questions. When you call, don't be scared. A lot of people be like, you know, when I get off the phone or when I'm ending the phone call with them, they're like, it wasn't so bad. I'm like, no, we're here to help, not to hurt. And what people don't understand is we're only the enforcer of tax law. We don't make it. Congress makes it.
Okay. And then I have one more question before I give somebody else an opportunity. I didn't want to take all the time. But the IRS sent me a letter saying that I owe $500 for, I don't know, for having a 1099 on my W-4 was something. I don't really understand it. I'm not.
Okay, a 1099.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That's when I do my contracted work.
Correct. You owe taxes on that 500 because you're a 1099 on that one. So you have to pay the taxes on that. Was it for the year you didn't file, or was it for the year?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so make sure you put that on that tax return, and then what'll happen, it'll have you also say how much self-employment tax you owe, technically. You're not self-employed, but it looks at it that way. Does that make sense?
Right.
So
yes, it does. Thank you, Nene, for your time.
You're
and
welcome.
Bernaz, thank you for being on here live, girl. You have helped me out so much. You just don't know.
Welcome anytime. Anytime.
Keep doing
Thank you for stopping in.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye. Hey, Bree is here. Oh, Bree?
Where's she? She was just right there.
Brianna?
Hey, Bern.
Hi, how are you? Welcome to the live. What's going on?
Good. How are you?
Okay. You have a question for one of the panelists?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm preparing to return back to college in the fall. And I'm wondering, like they say that like there's a major football game during our football season here. And they were saying that you could go exempt for that one game and then get all of your full check, but you'll owe the IRS at the end of the year. I'm wondering about that.
Oh, you're asking me, Bree?
Yes.
You can do that. That's when you go change your W-4. But what you got to be careful is you got to make sure that if you're going to just change it for that one, you change it for the one, but you change it back because you don't want to be owing more taxes at the end of the year. You don't want to be owing more than what you need to be owing.
Okay.
So it can be done. Just remember to change it back.
Okay. I was just wondering because I heard of it, but I needed to know the exact particulars of it. So now that I understand it, I think about it and I'll figure it out from there.
Okay.
But thank y'all so much, Bern. Have a good day.
Yep, you too. Thanks.
I'm getting back to work.
Okay.
And I see somebody pay more taxes on the 1099.
Tierra had a question. Yeah.
A 1099 is different than a W-2. A W-2 is where your taxes is taken out. If anybody didn't know that, a 1099 means you're a contractor, meaning like your nail tech or your nail techs. You know, the people you go to do your nails, they 1099. Now, if you're a 1099 for the whole year, what you need to do is you need to make sure every quarter, which is every 4 months, you set aside something for your taxes, or you figure out what taxes you may owe on that money. Okay, and you can send the payment in, or you can wait to the end of the year to send the payment in. What'll happen is when you do your tax return, it'll automatically say what you owe in taxes. So if you do a refund, sometimes it'll take it out.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever the refund, it'll say, okay, you're at first it'll say you're getting I'm gonna say a $3,000 refund, but you owe $1,500 in taxes. Before you get, this is how we work. Before you get that $3,000, we're gonna take that $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
And just like if you're doing a refund and you owe for a previous year, y'all got to know this. We're gonna pay us before we pay you.
That's right. They get their money first.
As I was just going to tell you to tap on that too, because a lot of people don't realize that when they are like have restrictions or have like penalties on their taxes, they think that they're going to get their taxes and still be able to make payments. That's not how it works.
No,
You are smashed up right away.
and that's I'm gonna touch on that for you real quick, Riri. Some of the phone calls I get or some of the responses I get will take what I owe out, but send me the rest of my refund. That's not how it works. Either you qualify for the full refund or you don't, or you may qualify partial. But say you got a 2017 tax year where you got $2,500 assessment sitting on the account, a balance due, but your refund is only $3,000. Guess what's gonna happen? We're gonna take that $2,500 and send you that $500.
Yep.
If you're in a payment arrangement and you owe $2,500, we're going to take what we need out that refund that you're getting, and we're going to pay the oldest year first.
Yep.
If you got, I've seen people with 4 years. We go from the earliest year we pay first, we go down the row.
Yep.
Until
I also wanted to touch on with Tierra B, a 1099, and this is for everyone on the panel. We got 14 people here. If you are a content creator, you are monetized. If you make more than $600 in the 1 year, you need to pay taxes on that. YouTube
that is correct.
Paying taxes.
So
don't think you're getting all this money from YouTube. Say you get $6,000 a year from YouTube. Just say you got that. You need to pay taxes on that. If you don't do that, YouTube is gonna send you a 1099, but you need to make sure that taxes is coming out. And I might do a video on that when I get my my little pen to show you guys. It'll show you where you can change that at. But yes, if you're getting monetized and you know you get those super chats, you get the money. If you make over $600 for that year, you need to pay taxes on that. YouTube is a 1099. You don't get a W-2.
I got a perfect example of that, Bernice. I do virtual world, and I'm kind of like a content creator on there, so I can either choose to get paid in cash or I get paid in virtual credits. Now, those who choose to get paid in cash for years was just getting paid in cash, and they weren't issuing them a 1099. So something happened. They had to change the rules to where they issued these people, because these people were getting paid $7,000, $8,000 a month creating stuff on a virtual world, tax free. When they changed it, a lot of people, they asked you, do you still want to get your virtual credits or you want to get money? I said, just give me virtual credits because this is just a hobby. Some of them found out that they owed taxes and start hollering because this site was not going to be responsible for that money. They got their hands slapped because they weren't issuing 1099, and they had to change the whole ballgame and issue 1099s, and now these people are owing taxes.
And Tierra, yes, if you make over $600 a year, you got to pay taxes on that. Now, don't forget, YouTube gets a portion of that to begin. Okay, so if you're getting a $100 super chat, you're not going to see $100. You're probably only going to see maybe 60 of that.
Right, because they take 30
to 40%. Yeah, and then you still got to pay taxes on that. So. Yes, because the super chat is coming through YouTube. And when YouTube sends you that 1099, they take all that money. So yes, all that's incorporated into one, and you have to pay taxes on that.
Nini, I was going to ask you too, because I know somebody in the chat probably has this question but don't know how to answer. I'm just throwing random questions out here. Can you speak on when you are filing as joint, as married? I've seen this happen because my friend just went through it. When you're filing married and you're filing joint, and say, for instance, that you did your taxes or whatever, but your significant other, forgot to give you a W-2 that he had worked a job on and he made more money to cloud.
Mm-hmm.
That is another penalty that people don't realize. You still have to pay that because the IRS is going to fix your tax. They're going to drop all your earned income credit. They're going to give you. They're going to make you your tax how they want them to go, and it's what you all paying.
Especially if you come through my department of examinations and we see, or you go through what some people get letters from underreporter, which means they underreported their income. Underreporter will send you. I used to work in that area too. Underreporter will send you a nice little CP 2000 letter saying this is what you reported on your return, but this is what we have. See, everybody don't realize, and I'm gonna just break it down to you. Folks think they can cheat the government, but they don't realize. Like Burns was talking about LexisNexis. We have that. LexisNexis is a powerful tool, and it can tell you if how many homes you done bought, how many homes you done sold. It could tell. It tells if you've been arrested. You'd be surprised.
Yeah,
what the government can find out.
Yep.
So when you call us, please don't call and telling the story. When I'm sitting up here looking on the account and I see that you done sold stocks, bonds, all of this, and you done cashed in your IRA and you don't want to pay your early withdrawal penalty, be aware, because what you don't want to happen, and I've had it happen where you can catch a case.
Oh yeah.
And you don't want to catch a case with us. And that means don't send in documents. If you don't have the documents, just agree you don't have the documents, sign a report, and keep it moving. Don't send nothing in fraudulent. Don't alter no birth certificates. Don't do that.
Right.
Because that gets you deeper and deeper with us. And then that's when another area takes over and you got somebody knocking on your door.
You don't want to mess with IRS, period.
It's not about, it's just tax law.
Right.
Tax law. Each year changes.
Correct.
Read if you're having issues with a 16, read 2016 tax law. You can't apply 18 to 16. You can't apply 19 to 17 because it's totally different. So that's even when I work my cases. If it's a 17, I got to go look at 2017 tax law because what you can't do in 18, you could do in 17.
Right. And I'm gonna let you know something else about the government. Remember when they were having the when you purchase a home, you got that money back as
first time home buyer credit.
Now let me tell you something. You owe taxes, of course, you know you had to pay that. But if say they had to give you back $5,000 just for buying a home, you don't get that money back April 15th. You probably won't get it back till the end of the year. So they're gonna take their time giving you your money, and you don't get interest on it. Say they owe you $3,250, that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get any kind of interest on that money.
Correct.
Okay, but we do pay interest if we hold your refund for an amount of time.
Yeah, for a refund. I'm talking about what they owe you.
Oh, no. And we do, y'all pay us interest when y'all owe us money. So we are fair across that, because some people were shocked and don't know that if you get your, say like from like this year, April 15th, or whenever if they extend it. Prime example, I'll do 18. Say I've been holding your refund since February of last year for 2018, right? Well, when I finally close your case and release that refund, the government owes you interest. And I think it's at 5% right now on your refund. So from April 15th of 2018, up until that refund is released, we owe you money. You get interest. A lot of people don't realize. They was like, well, my check was supposed to be so-and-so, but I see I got $300. Baby, the government just paid you interest.
Right. Take it and run with it.
That's right. Okay, so anyone else have questions on taxes or credit? If not, we're going to move on to the business portion. If you have any questions on credit cards, or again, how to increase your credit, what you need to do, ask now. Anything about the APR and the rates on the credit cards. You need to know all this stuff. Please read the fine print on anything you sign, especially online. If you're signing something with YouTube, read the fine print. Because when you're becoming monetized, there's 3 steps you need to take. You need to have the YPP, which is a YouTube partner program. If you had applied for that before 2019, you're probably already in it. If you have not, going forward from January of this year, you cannot apply. You have to wait until you have your 1K and your 4K. So for me, I was in it. So when I got monetized, the first thing they said is green check mark. You're already in the YPP. You can also see if you're in the YPP by going to your home page all the way in the back. It'll tell you back there that I have a green check. The second thing is the AdSense. This is very important when you're getting monetized or close to being monetized. It's going to say AdSense. Right underneath it is print this small. Read that, because it's going to say, if you had an AdSense account previous, do not set up a new one, because guess what? They won't approve you. So if you had an AdSense back 3 years ago, that's the one you need to use. Do not make a new one. Make sure you're reading all the fine print. And then the third one, you'll get an email saying you're monetized. So make sure you are reading everything, especially online or even in person. Some people don't write checks anymore, but if you have to, in some case, write a check, I put 0314, and you know how you do the slashes, and 20. Mm-hmm. Make sure you're writing that 2020 out, because they can change that and put 2006, but it's not. This is 2020. So make sure you're using the entire 4-digit year. I don't care what you're signing. Don't just put 31420. Put 2020. We have some shady people out here in finance. Yeah. So make sure you're protecting yourself. Okay. Another thing, guys, I don't care how bad your credit is. I would rather you file bankruptcy. And I know a lot of people don't want to. I would file bankruptcy before you go and apply for a payday loan. Please do not apply for a payday loan. If you got to borrow $20 from me, don't apply for a payday loan. Like, serious, guys. The payday loan is a ripoff. You can borrow $500 literally and wind up owing them $5,000 in 2 months because they're not good practices.
They're banned here in Georgia.
What'd you say?
They're banned here in Georgia.
Yeah, they're banned in some places, but some places they aren't. So make sure you are not taking a payday loan. And also, if you are getting a credit card for whatever reason, make sure you're going for that extra protection that they offer. I think it's like $2 or $3 extra per month. What happens is if you lose your job, you become unemployed, you get ill, they'll actually pay your credit card for you for, I want to say, at least 6 months to a year or something of that nature. It depends on what the card is offering. So if they offer extra protection, make sure you're getting that, even on store cards. You guys want to touch on anything, Nini or Riri?
A lot of people don't realize this too. If you have a canceled debt and you don't get issued a canceled debt 1099 miscellaneous for canceled debt, did y'all know when your house is foreclosed on, when it's certain things, a credit card, it goes on as income?
Yeah.
Did y'all know that? And so here you are thinking that you don't, you're like getting a letter from underreporter saying you had $100 and something thousand in income when it was really a foreclosure on your house. Make sure that that bank gives you that to put on your return so that you can actually state it was a canceled debt, because now you're in a totally different tax bracket.
Yep. Tell it.
So look out for that. And I learned that when I worked in that department. Now, some of y'all who get Social Security, did you know you can only make $25,000 a year? Outside of that, once you start making more than $25,000 a year, your Social Security becomes taxable. Now, when I found that out, I thought about my mama and my stepdaddy, and I just about hit the roof. And I've been with the service for 20 some years. But you can make that $18,000 and not owe no taxes. But as soon as you go over $25,001, Social Security is taxable.
Yep. And I want to touch on that too. So you may know, you may not know, but I was a young widow. So, and I had children. So when I went to apply for Social Security, disability for widow's pension, I couldn't get it. 2 reasons. 1, I was too young. And 2, I made too much for the year. So I never really got any money. My kids got money. They got their check. So yes, anything that is through the government, read it, because they're going to tell you you can't do this because you make too much hair or you don't make enough hair.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people, that's the sad thing about it, because you have a lot of senior citizens thinking that they could, like they're a retired teacher, so they got their pension and everything. But then when they go part-time and they're making more than their Social Security, you know, they might only be getting, I'm going to use an example. I know some people might be getting $17,000 a year in Social Security. Okay. But you still have that cap of 25. And I have to remind my parents of this all the time. Don't make over 25,000 or they gonna get them taxes. And you just giving away your Social Security.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
There was someone that was on here, I forgot who it was, but they were saying that their mom had took a job. She retired, but she took another job because she didn't want to stay home. She was still a young retiree. She had to wind up paying them back because she made too much. Yeah. And they were like, you're working, you can't make more than a certain amount. Like, are you kidding me?
So the way I figured, I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be working and making 23,000.
Right.
And it's time for me, because I'm not gonna be giving the government back no money. I'm not gonna have you taking taxes out on me when I know I done paid my fair share in taxes, and I'm gonna be retiring at the age of 57. From where I'm at. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop working or whatever. You know, I'm just gonna do what I want to do, which is I want to stage people's houses with furniture.
Oh, awesome.
So, you know, I'm looking at, okay, I got less than so much time left before I can retire, but I know the ins and outs of what, okay, my income. I can't draw. Now this is the joke. I can't draw regular Social Security, but because I'm a federal employee, and a lot of federal employees don't even know their benefits, I still get a supplement of Social Security until I reach the age of full Social Security retirement.
Yep, exactly.
But I got to be careful with that too, because if I work too much, that will reduce.
So you have to draw the fine line between how much money you can actually make.
A lot of people don't even realize it. If you're a veteran, I want y'all to listen. If you were a veteran during a certain period of time, you get an extra $100 in your check. If you didn't know that, go check with the Social Security Administration, and they will tell you if you qualify for that extra $100 in your Social Security check.
Yep. And taxes and things go up every year, and I know people always say it, and I don't like to say it either, but your income doesn't go up. But the government does offer you $255 for a loved one that passed away.
Yes.
Now, I have to say that $255 has not increased since I don't know how long. And I don't know who they think they burying with $255, $250, whatever it is. I think it's $250.
It's $250.
$250. I don't know who they think they burying with that. But that is something. Actually, I don't even think it goes to you. I think they write it out to the funeral
home. Yeah.
Funeral home.
But it's $250 if you don't have anything, you know. So hello, Just Bambi Doe. How are you? Welcome to the live. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Bambi.
If you have any questions or want to talk to us about credit, you are more than welcome to come up. I will drop the link again. Let me see here. Copy. I hope I put it in right. Yep, there it is. Again, guys, make sure you are doing savings. You're paying yourself. That is so important to do. I don't care what it is. You need to make sure you are paying yourself. Okay. So we're gonna if you guys don't have anything else to say, I don't want you to leave. We're just gonna go on to businesses. I just want to promote and share out with the rest of the community of YouTube that we have a lot of content creators that have businesses. What's the best way to support them than to shout them out, right? Hey, D family, welcome to the live. How are you? So I'm just gonna bring my board over here. I hope you guys can see it. Okay, you might not be, but I'll call the names out. So Sam I Am is here. You can reach him on IG at SAMMEE California. If you want to reach out to him on IG. Thank you to all my people in the chat. I appreciate you for being here. If you have not thumbs me up, please do so. And if you can share me out, if you have the community tab, please do so also. Then we have the life of Riri, which is here on our panel. So if you guys are not connected to her, and Riri, do you have a business outside of YouTube?
Do I
want to promote?
I am a travel agent. I'm an independent travel agent, but I'm gonna start that on a different channel. I'm gonna leave that separate from this. But I will start on that one. But right now, I'm not promoting it because what's going on right now. So I'm just kind of yeah.
Okay. Nene, do you have a business you promote on the outside of YouTube that you want to be shouted out to?
I'm trying to get my oldest one to do her floral. We did a test run at work. She did Easter baskets last year and did very well.
Awesome.
So she's a florist at Kroger. She's been with them 7 years. It's going on 7 years. So I'm trying to jumpstart her.
Okay.
And get her going where I make candles, but not
awesome.
I can put pictures on candles. Real pictures, anime picture, any picture that you want. So I'm working on that. But y'all know between working a full-time job, I have to set certain things, and then YouTube, I have to set certain things to the side. So once I get where I'm going with my YouTube, then I can start doing more.
Okay, awesome.
Because I don't want to stretch myself out, so thin.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I'm working on with her, is because the child has been a gift with nature since she was born.
Aww.
So she's got the green thumbs, and she makes some of the beautifulest bouquets, and they don't teach them at the store. They just give them a book and say, this is what this is supposed to go. So, hey, she had to teach her own manager how to do it. So I told her, I said, I will invest in you, but you're going to have to be serious when I invest in you.
That's a thriving business these days. Floral is very popular right now. I mean, because it can go into so many, and then especially with being able to ship them and then you wiring from a different florist company, that's a thriving business. So I recommend it to keep pushing that on her.
You know these millennials, they're a little different than you got to get up underneath them and be like, hey, can you just need a little this and it. They be like, I told them, I said, because when I know what I ain't a lie, I'm a 71 model. Yeah, everybody laugh when I say that. I'm a 71 model, but my grandmother instilled in me, baby, if you want to do it, I'll show you how to do it.
That's right.
Just like, I don't understand how come the kids don't know how to write in cursive, y'all.
Ooh, girl. What about math?
Oh, and I told mine. I showed mine. I still, every now and then, I might write a check for something just to show them. You still got to know how to sign your name. You got to know how to sign. Don't let these people take away your right of signing your name. Your name is your name. Your signature is your signature.
Right.
So the one that's turning 22 next week, she know. I need you to write your signature. Can you sign your name in cursive? And she finally, because she was, they used to doing whatever. Nah.
And I learned I had to do that with my son as well because he didn't know how to sign his. He didn't know how to sign his driving permit. I'm like, what do you mean? He wrote it. I'm like, that's not a signature. But they don't teach them signatures in school anymore. They don't even teach them. Everything they do is on a computer. They do no anymore.
Having a business, even if it's a digital signature, you still got to sign that name.
Right.
Still got to sign that name.
So some people, you sign things like, I don't know about the government, but you sign a form and don't sign it in cursive, they'll send it back.
If you do a 1040X or a tax return and you send it in and they don't have no signature, you will get it back.
Yep.
You will get it back.
They also have this e-signing, which makes it handicapped for people as well, because I've done a lot of e-signing online, and once you do e-signing, you don't have to do anything. There's no signature required for that. So a lot of things.
Yeah, but I know when you if you e-file and sign your tax return, it'll ask for a PIN that you create right there. That's kind of like your own signature for that. In e-filing. But always remember to, if you see this, I guess I'm just such a pushover. Because when I see somebody that's close to my daughter's age or whatever, I kind of take them under my wing and try to tell them, baby, this is how you do it this way. Some kids don't even know how to call a business and talk on the phone.
The family said they're a 77 model. All right.
Nothing wrong with the 70s babies.
Okay, the 70s babies are good, but I'm a 70s baby myself.
But our generation, they were harder on us.
Correct.
And we were turned around and been easier on ours because we didn't want to. That's what didn't happen.
Yes. it's like we pamper them and we hold their hand to do everything because we're afraid to let it go. You know, you don't want them to set them up for failure, but at the same time, they have to know. So when you said signature, I'm like, I just went through the same thing not even a few months ago, you know. And I made him sit down and practice his signature. I really did. I mean, I was stern about like, you are going to learn how to write your signature because if
your signature is you. Your signature is you're identifying who you are.
Right. And now college can start to look at you and you're gonna know how to. You're gonna need to learn how to sign a contract or an agreement. You need to know how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, because my grandfather came from 23. He came from a family of 23, and the way he signed his name was with an X.
Oh yes, girl. Yes.
Third, he had a
older
second
people
grade
that are
education.
they still have to sign with an X because that's all they knew how to do.
And they broke my heart. He's smart. He was smart as a whip. He could remember things, but my grandfather could not read or sign his name. But he married a woman that had skipped 2 grades and graduated early, which was my grandmother. Smart as a whip. So whatever he lacked, she had it for him.
All right now.
The women of that generation picked up the slack for their husbands.
Oh yeah.
I know a lot of people still to this day do not know how to read and write.
Yeah. Look at the celebrities. Some of the celebrities.
They're illiterate. They don't know anything. They have to, and then they hire these lawyers that rip them off. So you're getting robbed regardless. And having a business mind, you have to have business. You know how you have to have business. If you don't
read everything.
If you don't know how to read a business contract or agreement or anything, you are lost. And you can depend on a lawyer to do it because they out for the money.
And you can't even trust sometimes a family member to help you with it because they gonna rob you.
Right.
Hey, Cheryl Freeman, welcome to the chat. How are you? Thank you for being here. We are talking about credit, and now we're going to go into some businesses for our content creators, but we'll be talking back and forth. So if you have some questions, just let us know. I want to get out of this. Okay. So the next one, I don't know if you guys know her. Her name is Joy. If my mods can help me type this in the chat as I say it, her name is Joy. She's with Be the Difference is her YouTube page.
I love her.
She has a business called Be the Difference Clothing, and it's btdllc.com. And that's Joy from Be the Difference. We also have Naptural Laricia, who she's my mod. She has a page, it's Naptural_Laricia. I think it's .com. She does shirts and she has some really cute ones with some natural stuff. So if you have like natural hair and stuff, she's excellent at that. And I meant to say Joy actually wrote a book, guys, a positive.
Oh, wow.
Go check out her page. She has socks. She has t-shirts. She has a bunch of different things. I don't know if you guys know Thrifting Grandma. Oh, sorry. I don't know what that was. Somebody wrote something in it. Thrifting Grandma. She has a page and it's called Chat Rebel Tees. CHAT Rebel Tees. And she has some t-shirts. She has a cute one, and I don't know if you guys know, but she lost a son, and she always talks about him. And she had on this shirt the other day, it was green and white, and it said, "Why you envy me?" And I'm like, "What is that?" She stood up, and I said, "Oh, I'm getting that shirt. I'm getting that shirt." So check out Thrifting Grandma, guys. She is amazing. Hello to Paradise family. Welcome to the live. This one is slow. My phone is faster than this. Thank you for being here. We also have Fashion Remix Boutique. Her YouTube page is all things Miss Tonita. So what she does is, actually I did a video on it. She has a closet and she sells her stuff out there. It's awesome. So you guys, you ladies, if you're into earrings and shoes and clothes, make sure you're checking her out. Fashion Remix Boutique. And her name is all things Miss Tonita. We also have Venus Eats, who was just here on our panel. Her page is absolutevenus.com. Absolutevenus.com. She actually has a great page over there, so make sure you're looking at her also. And who did I forget? Flower Glamorous. She also has one at ctfo.com, and she does like the CBD oil.
Ooh.
Yeah, so if you have aches and pains and inflammation, that's really good for that. We have Natural-Way-Achoti. She's fairly new to YouTube, but she does a lot of natural stuff. And her page is Natural-Way-Achoti. Natural-Way-Achoti.square. Yeah, so I miss Venus. Yes, D family, you miss Venus. She was here on the panel. We also have Paper, Scissors, and Vacations. Oh my. They actually have a travel agency. And she said it's through Facebook. And it's called, let me read the name here. Lena, Lena. Then it's ME Vacations. Lena Me Vacations. I guess it's Magical Enchanted Vacations. And yeah, check out those pages, guys, because you know we all need to support each other. When I purchase some of their things, I'm also going to be wearing their stuff on the channel. We have Koko Tellem. I don't know if you guys know her, but Koko Tellem. She has CocoTellem.com, and she has sweatshirts, and it's called Check Your Face. They are really, really nice. They are called Check Your Face. I also have a page coming soon. I just have to do one more thing on it, and then I'm going to be attaching it to my description. But yes, I'm going to be selling t-shirts with my Let's Get It, Let's Go, my Booski, and all that stuff. So hopefully I have that on Monday. I know I'm super excited. So this is what I say, guys. You got to have something else behind you than just depending on YouTube and taxes. What I call people that get taxes back, I call them thousandaires. Because they get that couple of $1,000. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. They get that couple of $1,000 back February, March, and then they broke come April. So I'm like, you ain't no millionaire, you a thousandaire. You know what I'm saying? Because they use it and they spend it on frivolous stuff.
Well, I had one tell me I was holding her refund up for her wedding.
Hello.
So she said her wedding around her tax refund?
And that's what I said too, because I know I got married and paid less than $100 and it lasted for 10 years.
Okay. All right now.
Okay. So are you gonna list all these businesses under your description after this video so people can go back and look at it?
I will.
Okay.
Because I'm on StreamYards, I didn't know how to do it. I'm like, how do I do it? So I'll go back and add.
Well, if you set it up pre-time, if you set up your StreamYard like we'll do a schedule one, you can put it in your description box.
Okay. Yeah, I did do like my description, but I didn't put it. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me put that here. But yes, Riri, did you have anything you want to talk about, like in general, like YouTube, credit, just what's going on in the YouTube land, except for the coronavirus? That's the only thing.
I'm not talking about that. That's negative.
Yeah, we can't talk about that.
I just wanted to say that you have to take your channel and use it as you want to base your channel as your business. And I stress this more and more every day. Save your receipts, because if you are going to process this as a business, if you get audited, you need to have that backup. That 1099 can only go so far unless you have backup. And don't expect to get everything that you spent into your business back in return, because that's not how it works. You may get a percentage, and you may even owe because you may have made too much money. So you have to keep that. Those receipts can be deductions from what you actually owe. That's how I look at it.
And that is so true, because you have somebody try to write off a $35,000 car expense, but we don't write off because you bought a new car.
Right. The tax of the car, but not the car itself.
Not the car itself. And then when I'm telling you, or if I'm giving you a phone call, or I'm telling you in a letter, hey, you got to verify this Schedule C expense. Well, I don't have it. You pretty much know who is Schedule C and who isn't, and who's 1099 just by the way you talk to them. But if I'm on the phone and you say, well, so you put Schedule C on your tax return, and you ask me what is that?
Right.
That means even your medical bills, keep your receipt for that. If you have like a FSA, because I broke my foot, my porch collapsed. I broke my foot and toes. Okay, I go to the doctor. I had my surgery. They sent me a bill for $4. I'm like, why am I getting a bill for $4? I don't care. I'm a penny pincher. I don't care if it's 10 cents. I want to know why I owe you 10 cents. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like that. They said because we gave you crutches. I said I broke my foot. Aren't crutches free? No. I had to pay for the crutches, guys.
Yeah.
And guess what? If I didn't keep my receipt, you keep your receipts on everything. And then the other thing I wanted to touch on is, if YouTube is your business, only if it's a business, guys, you need to make sure you're keeping those receipts too, because you can write off like a computer your phone, your workspace area, but you have to have it in order. Don't think you're trying to be slick. You need to have everything documented. Your P.O. box, everything that you have that is for your business. You can write off for your taxes.
And if you use a certain space in your house, if you use a certain amount of, you're allowed to write off in your house. But again,
like this room.
Yep, sure can. But you got to make sure. I tell people this. I guess my kids look at me crazy because I keep receipts for everything.
I do too.
And after 3 years, I purge it. Keep it like we got 2019 being filed. So you need to be having 2019, 2018, and 2017, and maybe 2016 also. Okay? Because we can go back 3 years.
Right.
And what my area don't get, because I work in the area that deals with the refundable credits, underreporter may get, small little things. I mean, just small little things. Make sure you know what's on your return. I'm going to say that until I get purple in the face. And y'all know I'm a long way from turn. Know what somebody's putting on your return. Don't walk out the office and say, well, they didn't give me a copy of my return. Oh, no, you're going to give me a copy of my return or we're going to be fighting. Now, I've heard horror stories, when we were saying the identity theft. I've heard horror stories where people have paid people $1,800 to do a return. $1,800.
Do a return?
Do the return. And the return ends up in examination.
Right. Because they're trying to get too much money back.
It's not that. The preparer. There's some bad preparers out there.
Oh my goodness. Talk about that.
Charging people $1,800. Why are you going to pay $1,800 for a refund when you can do it yourself?
And you probably ain't getting that much back. You gotta tell it, girl.
I do my tax return every year. I do my 27-year-old's tax return. I tell her, people stop her. You know how they have the little tax places in the Walmart or whatever. One lady said, well, I do your tax. She said, no, ma'am, I can't. My mama do my taxes. She's the only person whose taxes I will do. Because, like I said, I work there. I look at what comes through, and I just make sure that she understands. I let her this year sit down. I said, you're 1040 easy. That's the easiest return you can do until you have kids or whatever. Now, a lot of people don't realize this too. If your standard deduction is more than your Schedule A, which one are you going to take? The standard deduction. A lot of people tell you, well, the IRS is not going to tell you to take. I'm going to tell you. Why are you gonna take $7,000 over here when you might be married, filing, enjoying the head of household, and the deduction is $18,000 or $24,000? You take a standard deduction. If you don't know the terms I'm saying, if you don't know, get a publication 17. Go on www.irs.gov. We got every question that you ever want. Every publication has an answer. There's moving expenses you can take. There's all kinds of stuff, especially with those who are owning businesses. Know what you can do and what you can't do. Because I don't like sending out letters saying you owe $10,000.
Right.
I like sending a letter saying maybe you owe maybe $1,000, but not $10,000. And if you don't have it, just admit you don't have it, sign a report, and let it go.
Be done with it.
That's right.
Don't argue the fact. Don't try to make up documentation. Don't try to make it seem like you got it, you don't got it, and you try to figure it out because you're building a snowball for yourself.
And once you do get out of the part of being looked at for the first 1-2 years, stay out. Don't come back.
Right.
That's right. Oh, the family said. There was a lady who had her returns done and she paid $2,300 and her preparer only filed her extension. Wow. You know why? People are not checking on these people to see if they have legitimate licenses. You're not reading the fine print. And I'm going to ask anything before I give you my money. I don't care. I coupon. Believe me, I question them on my coupons. Wait a minute.
Girl, me too.
It's your money. You have to stand up for you. $2,300 for a tax return? Are you kidding me?
But I can tell you how that could be done too. Say I'm sitting in front of the computer.
Yes, it is.
You don't know what I'm plugging in, and I all of a sudden tell you really getting back $8,000, but I tell you getting $5,000, and I let you leave out the building without you even getting your tax return. If I did that for every 10 people that I did taxes for, I wouldn't have to work for the year now, would I? Or 6 months. See, that's the thing. And it's sad. Some tax people's refunds help them get through the year. To like when they go and help them with the kids' school clothes, small stuff, or it helps them to have a little bit. Say, okay, I'm paying my rent up. This one lady, she paid her rent up for 6 months. She said that's how she do what she do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't want to. I had to take an oath, just like when I was in the Navy. The same oath. I had to take an oath to do right by the taxpayer, just like I had to take one when I went in the military. So I don't even when people call me or family members call me, I have to tell them I can't do that for you. I can't look up your information. I can't do nothing because they jeopardize my job. Now, are you gonna pay me what I make a year? No, but I steer them in the right direction because taxes. It's just a whole. It's just something that. Woo,
yeah.
You don't want to have tax issues at such an early age and even at an older age. And if you don't know, please call. I'm gonna stress that. Call www.irs.gov and we're gonna tell you what you can. And don't do this to us. But the lady said, but you're calling me and I'm giving you information. So you want to believe me or you want to believe but my preparer said. Preparer. It got so bad one time that this one person, I guess she was hitting everybody in my unit. She said she wasn't talking to nobody if they wasn't white. So we had to go get the white guy in the unit and let him take the phone call.
What?
Because she thought we didn't know what we was talking about.
Wow.
So you're calling me. I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
And be nice to us. I know some of us is mean, but be nice to us if we cheery and say good morning to you.
Right. That's anywhere, even at the store.
Ooh.
I don't shop at Walmart at all. I haven't shopped in over, years, like 30 years, like literally.
Oh, wow.
Like their practices. But yeah, any store you go into, even a restaurant, if and the waitress says hello, say hello. Don't be mean and nasty and not respond back. Or if you go into a grocery store in the line, like a Walmart or something, the people are already angry because they don't want to work or they don't want to be there. But you're saying hi and they're looking at you like just respond. It's not going to hurt you to say hello. It takes energy to be upset than it does to be happy.
I mean, I've gotten phone calls where people have cried with me. I've cried with them.
Oh yeah.
Because I don't want to hear someone saying, Miss So-and-so, what is it? I'll do the research if it's there, and if I can let it go, I sign it and close it.
My niece got that with a tax preparer. She had did it over the phone. This girl lived in Atlanta. She was doing everybody. She was from Michigan. She was doing everybody's taxes. Everybody was trusting her. She did them for years. Well, she moved to Atlanta, but she was scheming. Do you know she was putting the money that she was doing her tax with and putting into her own checking account?
Yeah, I could imagine.
I see that all the time.
Yeah, and it was horrible because she skipped town. She wouldn't answer her phones. And then the tax preparer server that she was working for said she had got fired years ago.
Did she fill out a bad preparer form?
No, she didn't. I want to say this is maybe 5 years ago too.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Wow.
Because
so it's called a bad preparer.
She never got her refund, did she?
She never got it.
That's a bad preparer. I'm gonna tell you, I've had horror stories where people said that they went to a preparer and they would not let them to go pick up their check. The same place that did their taxes had a line going on. This man was in Texas, and I was just in shock when he told me what was happening. He said that you picked up your check, you cashed your check there, but before you left, they took a $1,500 fee out of that check and had the door blocked, so you couldn't leave.
So you couldn't get up out of there.
I would have been down to 911.
Yeah. So wait a minute, they charge you on top of your. they charge on top of what they charge to prepare your taxes just for cash in the check?
They take their fee out. So
Right.
Their fee about $400.
No, some of them don't. Some of them are like say like a fly by night tax place.
Okay.
And you go and you fill out, the information or whatever, and they tell you to come back and get your money or whatever, when it comes in. Because you got to remember, and this is what I tell people, make sure when you get your documentation, you look at that direct deposit to make sure that routing number and account number matches yours. You make sure they hit that transmittal button, because sometimes they'll type it up and everything and don't send it and go back and change that direct deposit information. So like I said, I could tell you getting 10. I could tell you, I could see you getting 10,000, but I'm gonna tell you you're gonna get 8 because I'm gonna have 2 of it go into my account. I'm gonna split the refund. So you don't know until you look at your tax return. That's why you never give nobody your information. If they say I'm gonna do your taxes over the phone, say bye, see you later.
Right.
Because then you don't know that.
Let me see that. Let me see that paperwork. I want to see what I'm getting, what's being deducted, and
that's right.
What's my final,
And that rapid refund, I can't stand that either. I'm like, just wait for it. Why do you need to have it today?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Weeks.
It really and truly, we've been processing returns within 7 to 21 business days.
Exactly. So
if you did your
rapid refund,
if you did your return on the when we pulled the trigger, as we call it, pull the trigger. I think it was the 27th of January. It was about that when we first started accepting returns. Mine was I did mine. Mine was in there 7 days from the day.
Wow, that's quick.
So we're processing really fast. But
Cheryl said she'd never do her taxes over the phone.
I know, Cheryl, don't do it. Don't. Because then you're giving out your baby's information, your information, and they can run with your socials and do whatever they want with it.
But I said earlier, make sure you're checking them baby's social.
And I checked my oldest one. Y'all, this funny. Her credit score higher than mine because I stayed on her. I told her, I said, you're too young. I said, we neck to neck sometime. But I tell her, and she said, Mom, I see why you told me to go ahead and get the Tire Plus account. I said, yeah, because that's a small account. But I said, whatever you do, don't close it. People don't realize you close your credit cards.
Yep.
It knocks your score down.
It sure does.
So if you just keep it with 25 on and go charge every now and then and pay that 25 on, that builds your credit back up.
Right.
It's a game. People don't realize credit is a game. If you have to play it according to their rules. You ever got a credit card and then you got another one, or you paid off, I'm gonna say your student loan or a big bill or furniture bill, and your score was, I'm just gonna say 720, and you paid that off, and now your score is like 695. Because you paid it off, so it took it away that large amount. So I got 2 that's getting ready to be paid off soon through Lending Club and another. And I'm like, I'm trying to stretch it as much as I can. I'm going to get like a 10, 15 point hit, but it'll go back up, but still.
It'll go down that month and then probably go back up.
It'll go back up.
Month.
Yeah.
Because I know somebody bought a house and they had got so fascinated with keeping their credit score. But I told them, I said, you got your house, you got your car. It's going to take a hit. I said, but give it 3 months. It's going to go past what it was. Because
yes, it is.
You're going to be making payments and everything.
We got history now. Yeah.
And she was like, when she said, you was right. I said, I told you.
And another thing about credit. So when you first get your house, just say you had it for 3 years and now you had a family emergency where you couldn't pay your mortgage. I'm not saying this to do this, but it does happen. They do give you 3 months to rebound before they come and say, I'm going to take your house or we're going to have proceedings. So if you can pay it, pay it. Work out a plan with them. Call them. Don't just not say nothing. That's the worst thing you can do. But if you call them, they will work with you. Just know your credit will take a hit because you missed 1 or 2 months. That stays on your credit for 2 full complete years, meaning it has to go through a whole cycle. If you're getting your credit report, you'll see it it'll have it for a year, January to December. If it's in the green, that means you're okay. If it's in the red, that means you missed the payment. So when I broke my foot, I was telling you guys, I couldn't pay my mortgage. I had just started this job like 2 months before, and I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna fire me. I don't know what to do. But they didn't. They let me work from home. It was great. I'm still there today. But my credit did take a hit. So as I was paying it off, but 2 years after, I say 2 years and 6 months after that, they sent me a letter saying, oh, all your payments are at 100% because it goes up. It tells you where it is. Yeah, but yeah, you're gonna take a hit, and that just happens.
It does.
Yeah.
Because I think I had paid something down, and then it was like I took up a couple of points, but then the following month it came straight back up past what it was. And I was like, okay. I was mad at first, but I was like, it'll fix itself.
Yeah. That's just like when you file bankruptcy. Okay, most of the time when you go through bankruptcy, you need to have a legit attorney, and you still have to go through either your county or state. Now, when you're going through it with the attorney, don't just let him say, give me all your bills, I'm going to file a bankruptcy. That's not how it works. He has to have a Schedule A, and the Schedule A breaks down each bill that you are putting into bankruptcy. So don't think that you said, oh, I gave him my student loan and my taxes and my car. No, some things cannot be written off. That's one thing. And two, make sure you have that Schedule A that has everything documented with, I'm just going to say, mortgage was $20,000. Make sure you see that on there. Don't let that attorney just tell you, oh yeah, I filed the Schedule A. That's not how it works. I don't suggest anyone to file bankruptcy, but in this day and age, you know, it can happen. You lose a job, you lose a spouse or whatever. So if you have to file bankruptcy, make sure you're looking it up first, reading what you need to do. Make sure you're prepared. So when that attorney comes to you and he says, oh no, you can say, where's my Schedule A? Where's this? Where's this? Where's that? Because they will get over on you, attorneys, anybody.
A lot
so
of
make
them
sure you're
credit for you though. A lot of them, if they're not for sure, they'll pull a credit report, a soft report, and then they'll say, what do you want out of this credit report to go on here?
And you need to know what you want on there.
Yeah, because unfortunately I had to do it when I got divorced, but I rebounded. And my credit
I did one too when I lost 2 jobs. Yeah.
And you know, it was my last resort to do. I'm not ashamed of it, because now I appreciate me going through that to understand, you know, I was not going to be liable for my ex-husband's bills. I just was not when I had 2 kids to feed. No. So I did it. I paid it out, but the funny thing about it, now tell me if I'm wrong. My credit score was higher when I got out. It they say it'll drop. No, it went. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
So, you know,
because it's off of there.
Yeah. And that's why, as a parent, I teach my kids about credit, because my mom didn't teach me about credit.
Right. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I wasn't taught.
And if you have $20,000, do not file bankruptcy. You can pay that off. It take you 2 years. You can pay that off. I don't care if you have 100,000. You can actually pay that off in, you know, years. Like I said, it didn't take you a minute to get into this credit debt. It's not going to take you a minute to get out of it. It's a process. But I don't like when people just get 20,000 and say I'm filing bankruptcy, and then in 4 more years they file it again. No, you didn't learn from the first time. You did not learn from the first time. You need to take this thing serious, because credit is no joke. Like you said, jobs, if you are in the financial industry or dealing with money of any kind, you have to get bonded or whatever the case is. Some jobs, I'm not saying they all won't, but some jobs will make that an exclusion of not hiring you.
Yeah, I had to do a credit report. They did a credit check on me before I was even hired for my job 16 years ago. They do it every year. Every year I get one done. Yeah.
I'm gonna piggyback on that. If you are in the military and if you think you're gonna get a secret or a top secret clearance, you better make sure your credit score straight. Because they're not gonna give it to you. Because you know why they're not? They think you're going to sell secrets.
Yeah.
To take care of your debt. I've seen a lot of people lose their clearance in the military for being in debt.
Yeah.
Thank you, D family.
Everything.
D family says, see, this is what I like to see us in positions to inform. Awesome. Yes, that's what we do. We like to share the information. But you're right. You oh my goodness. Yeah, they think because they're in the military that they're gonna get a pass. It doesn't work like that.
There's one girl lost her. She was going. I had a secret clearance, but she was getting ready to get a job for top secret. And something that one of her parents did came back,
and she didn't even know.
Didn't get it. Didn't even know.
Wow.
Didn't even know. She had to wait a year for it to get cleared up before she could. And then they had to come back and give her let her go to school for it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Even sometimes your criminal record can affect you.
Yep. Yeah. You know what I've been seeing? Your driver's license been getting taken if you owe child support.
Oh, they doing that big.
Oh, they do that big time.
Well, I told you my first husband passed, so I didn't know nothing about that until I ran into some friends and I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm. Right. They'll take you. You can't even get a state ID.
I think Michigan was the first state that actually implemented that.
Georgia showed do it down here.
Yeah. I think the state of Michigan was the first. I think like all the north, the what I want to say, the Great Lakes area, those were the first states to implement, and then they pushed it to down south. But I think if you can't pay your child support, how you gonna have a driver's license?
But you gotta get to your job.
Right, exactly. That I don't agree with.
This is my thing. Okay, you going to your job, but you're not paying child support.
This is what they have you doing.
That makes sense to me.
This is what they have you do in Georgia. They'll suspend it, but as long as you work with them, then they'll unsuspend it because they know you got to make the money to pay the child support.
But the key thing is that you're working, you should be paying child support. So if you're working and you're not paying child support and you walk around here like you don't have no children, then why should you have a license to go to work?
Wow.
They gotta live. They got to live too. I'm just laughing because I got one. I'm still
though. You know what I'm saying?
I'm 22-year-old and I'm laughing.
I mean, I understand if you give your license to go to work, okay, that's a good thing. But you should be actively paying your child support. You're not going to work and you dodging the child support. You working, but you're not paying child support. So those are the people they should go after. If you're not paying your child support, then you should be getting your license suspended.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know they can't get a passport either?
Correct.
Yes, I know that. And
then a lot of these younger kids also need to know if you've been convicted of a felony,
you cannot get a passport as well.
Passport. So if you're dreaming about going to Japan or any of these places overseas,
it won't happen.
Don't do anything.
They're trying to do that with your not so much your credit, but if you owe like the government taxes, they're trying not to give you a passport too. I've seen that.
And when you got a passport and you can travel anywhere in this world, don't let anybody take that freedom from you.
Right.
Owning a passport is a blessing.
Hi, Shawana, Creative Circle just came in. Hello, welcome to the live.
So just make sure it's all kind of stuff that make people think you take for granted. You can't, I didn't know that until I got ready to get my passport, and I got my passport. But then my ex-husband, he was going to take a job overseas. They said, you owe child support. And he thought I was going to sign a waiver. And the reason why the state of Georgia said that is because we can't collect over there in Dubai.
Right. Correct.
She would have to close her case out in order for you to get your passport.
And
he was mad. He was mad, but hey.
Well, speaking of child support, let me know your thoughts on that. So I was on Facebook, which I don't go on often, but I go on. And it was a picture of a man, very handsome, very nice looking. I think he was like 48, 47, 48. And it was the sexiest grandpa. So I'm like, okay, he looked okay. He was cute. He was fit. Wait a minute. He had a profile of him saying his name, saying his age, saying his occupation. Girl, when he got to children, 22.
Oh, no. What? And that
girl,
what age? 22. He was doing a whole lot of
why? Wait.
Every hour. What?
And then his profile said from his little thing, because you write your own caption, said, I know every inch of a woman's body. First of all, brother, you need to know your own body and been wrapping it up because ain't no way in the world you need no 20.
Right.
22 kids.
What they all?
Yes.
I know wasn't by the same.
They all by the same woman.
Google it. Google the sexiest grandpa. I'm telling you, you will see it.
I mean, because I know
Were
my
they all by the same
grandma had
female?
23, but it was all by the same man.
22? 20.
She had 23. She had
Hey,
Wait,
Shawana.
who?
my great grandmother.
Oh, well,
She had
yeah, back in
23.
the day, that was
It was
different.
all
I'm
by
talking
the
about
same
now.
man, correct?
All by the same man. Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah. But 22.
Yeah,
And he a granddaddy too.
that's what it said. It said sexiest grandpa.
I wonder how many grandkids he got.
Ill. I'm sorry, ill.
Okay. I
Okay.
love me say that.
That's like the famous rapper. I'm not gonna say his name. The famous rapper got all those kids, but if I'm dating you, okay, this just me. If I'm dating you and I'm asking you how many kids you have, of course I'm gonna ask that, and you tell me 12 or 13. I don't want to be number 14.
Heck no, I'm by.
Bye.
See you.
Be like this.
Later. I don't want it. It's okay. I'll pass.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm good enough with if he say he got 2, and and depending on the age of them, I don't want no little ones because my 2 is grown, so I'm not trying to have no more.
Mm-hmm.
But I need if they underage, whatever you got going on with you and your mother of your children.
Cheryl said, "Heck no."
That's good, but the funny.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Oh Lord. He should
He
be
said, I
stroked
hope
out.
they not by
Y'all
the same
say
woman.
that.
That's a lot of babies.
That's a lot.
He should
Hi,
be.
Essie. Welcome to the
He should be
live.
more
How are
handle.
you?
Yeah,
Yes,
Papa
Cheryl. He was more than the Rolling Stone.
She said my ex has 2 sets of twins, age 2 and 4. Wow.
Nope.
No,
And
ma'am.
why are you there?
No, ma'am.
No, exactly. Why are you there, Bree? Because I'd be like, I can't.
No, she said her ex.
Oh,
Not a current. Her ex.
ooh, I was
right.
going to say, girl, bye. Well, she must have been with him at that time.
I don't know about that, but I know she.
4, that's too small. I need
No,
to be
thank
18,
you.
19.
Bobby said, a real man take care of his kids. Yes. Like Nini's grandfather. Yes, that's different. Back in those days, it wasn't
They
birth
had those type of families, yeah.
for us. It wasn't birth control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For us. So I can understand that back then. But all the stuff that they have today. Okay, I was on Facebook again yesterday. And
We don't need you to stay off of Facebook for a couple.
I know, right? Every time I go on there, I see something weird. I know, but listen. So he was must have been England or something. Okay, so he was going for an STD test. So the doctor was asking, well, how many partners you had? Da, da, da. He said over 1,000.
What?
So the doctor was like, basically, no lie. The doctor looked at him like, your test coming back positive.
Why?
But it didn't. It came back negative.
Well, that's a good thing.
He was telling him, you have to protect yourself. He said he doesn't like wearing.
No love.
You don't like
glove,
getting sick either.
No glove, no love.
That means you don't like your life.
Show no.
Thank you, Riri. Exactly. Too much.
That's a lot of having sex with a lot of different people to not be protected.
Exactly.
You just happen to be blessed and dodge that bullet, but it may not be so easy next time.
I said, wow.
Yeah.
Did you see Brianna? She said those are kids he had on me when he cheated. Wow.
See, even worse.
Well, Brianna, I can sympathize with you on that one.
I don't know. I mean, I'm old school and I believe in no divorce, but you're not gonna sit there and cheat on me, and you're not gonna sit there and have children on me, and you're not gonna sit there and beat me. Now those things, bye. But if it's just like a financial or gambling or even a drug problem, depends on what the drug is. I could kind of work with that, but things you don't stay for, guys. Some things you need to leave. Having
Maybe that's
kids on you?
Run.
No.
Run, Forrest, run.
Wow, I love this line. Oh, Bobby, my brother.
Ooh. That would have been a run, Forrest, run. I know I did a run, Forrest, run after mine did what he did.
After what happened?
That's why I'm not married. My ex-husband just couldn't keep it in the pants.
Ooh.
So
How long were you married?
10 years. I have a
10?
second oldest. I was his first wife. He's married again. He got a little cute. This is so funny. Okay. We divorced. He ended up still staying with me, even though we were divorced. Then I put him out. But the month I put him out, he had a baby on the way that I didn't know about until 3 years later.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Stop the press. Wait, what the?
Riri said, wait a minute.
Wait, what happened now? So he was honching the whole time and had a baby on the way?
He had there's one now that's 16. Long story short, I moved from Seattle because he got a job where I work at currently now. He don't work there no more. And he met a young lady there, didn't tell him he had a wife or anything, and got a 16-year-old. So he had a 16-year-old on me. That's why we got divorced.
Wow.
So we felt we could work it out. I love love, but then the second baby that came, baby number 4, I didn't know nothing about. So the month that I put him out, I didn't know he had a baby due. I found out 3 years later on Facebook that he had remarried and had a baby. He didn't even.
Was he one of the guys? Was he that man that had the 22?
No. No. This is he has one ex-wife, which is me, a current wife, and 4 baby mamas. Yeah, y'all figure that out. Each one of his children are by different women, but I am his first wife, his ex-wife. Now, the youngest one is his son, and he brings him over here, and I got so much love for that little boy.
Yeah, kids, to me, kids, you can't. Kids are kids. They have nothing to do with it.
They have nothing to do with it. Nothing. And so he calls me TT. I said, one day this little boy gonna figure out who I really am because he come and see his sister and he's like, sissy, and all that. And then he called me TT. I said, why you got him calling me TT? Because I'm not his TT.
That poor baby gonna be so confused.
No, he gonna be like, wait a minute.
Joanna said, wait, he had 4.
That's my sister, but that's my sister mama. He gonna figure it out when he gets older. He has a little autism, but I just love him to death. I mean, I make sure when he come over here, he got what he, what snack he want or whatever.
Right, that's good.
So,
Shawana, did you want to come up on the panel? Do you have a question you want to?
She said, wait, he have 4. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're just talking now about. We were talking about credit, but now we're talking about just life. And also women too, we have to take care of ourselves, self-care, even though, like you said, Nene, we do so much, we're so stressed out. Myself included, I have like 7, 8 independent contractor jobs, plus I have a regular job, and then I do the YouTube. So yes, it gets stressed out.
Mm-hmm.
Take self-care for yourself, go to a massage, go take a shower and read a book or a bath. Take some time for you, whatever that you think. You need the self-care because we women take on so much and do so much, but we don't
think you're as strong as you think you are. You'd be surprised when you realize when you go through something how strong you really are.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I can sit back and laugh. That's why I can sit back and look at that man and be like, I don't know what I seen. You gave me a beautiful child, but I ain't trying to kill you no more because you somebody.
Oh my God,
child.
Cheryl. Yes. You see Cheryl's question?
No.
Answer, she said, that's like, why do women introduce the kids to their boyfriends as uncle? Ooh,
right.
Ooh, I hate that.
Never have, never will. I'm one of them women that I don't believe in letting, even though my kids are grown, no, you don't come to my house and you will not meet my children.
Right.
Unless we get married. Then you gotta meet. And even at that,
But you really have to be careful who you introduce your children to anyway.
Correct. Yes, you do.
What bag these people getting out of these days? I'm telling you.
That's why I think I'm gonna
You
stay
think they there
single.
for you? They there for your oldest daughter.
And
Riri.
I got some for that. Look, I got some for that too. But she's right. She's right because I've you hear the horror stories, you hear so much, and you know, this also when you go through things, it can mess with you financially too.
Right.
And folks don't realize it. It can mess with you financially. You
Because
know, when
the income that you once had out of your household. So now you have to try to refigure out how you're gonna, you know, you have to recalculate. That's why I encourage everybody who is a female, be independent, stand up on your own, because you never know when that man walks out that door, you still got to pick up the pieces for you and your children to move.
You sure do, and he ain't gonna be nowhere around.
Right, but a good man will stick by you regardless if you move out or not and help you pay them bills and take care of them children. That's a good man. Even though y'all may have differences, but he's still gonna take care of his family.
Yeah,
and if you are a woman that been hurt, don't be afraid to open your heart and give that next one a chance. Because some women do take that out on them. Or if they have daddy issues, whatever the issue they have with their dad, they take it out on that man. You can't do that. Each person brings their own thing into your life. You know, there for a reason. Some people are there for a season. But you have to be open. And it's hard, I understand. I went through that, you know, when my first husband passed and I met my new husband. It was hard because I'm like I'm not ready for this.
That is comment, you can't have men around you.
What'd you say, Riri?
Rihanna said read her comment above.
I did. She said something about the men had she was the only mama her kids ever knew. That one, I seen that one.
She said, "I'm the only mama my ex kids ever knew."
Oh wow!
So she must not have been around the mother.
And that's why if I did date, no, you can't. If y'all, I think I did a vlog when I said, no, you can't come to my house. You can't, you know, I was just going through what I've seen people go through. I see women that I work with that are way higher in the pay grade than me. They got a Benz. The boy, I call it the boy because he young, dropping them off at work, going back to the house.
No, I see you want to come up on the panel.
You're not gonna drive my car and go back to my house and run up my utility bill.
Right.
I got a bill. I need you to be getting up, packing your lunch, going to do what I'm going to do. Go to work. You're not going to, and especially since I'm about to be 49 on next Wednesday. So it's hard.
Where?
I'll be 49 next Wednesday.
Girl, you telling Tim happy birthday to you.
I know, right, Riri?
Y'all know they say we don't crack. I'm about to be 49 and I'm at the point where now, you know, I've been married one time. My kids are grown. I know what I want in a man. And if I can't get what I want, I'm willing to bend, but not bend where you just ain't got a car, nothing, no job. I can't do that. I don't want to go
Wait, no scrubs, right? He driving, he on the passenger side talking about, hey, boo, you ain't
dropping me off and picking me up at work and I'm waiting on my car that I'm paying for. I'm not doing it. I looked at this one girl, I looked at her, and she old. She's in her 50s, and the guy had to be in his 30s, and you know, we walking in together, and I'm just shaking my head and saying, did she just let him drive off in her Benz and he getting ready to go back home and get in the bed?
Girl, or get in the bed with somebody else.
And then when you go home, because we was talking one day, she's like, well, he want me to cook dinner. You just got through working. You mean to tell me he at home all day long and can't fix nothing to eat and have it ready for you?
Right.
I was like, I can't. I just can't. I can't.
I won't.
I won't.
You said he's going back home to go watch TV. He might be going to somebody else's house to go watch TV with them later.
He went to go get the side piece. Well, you can have the side piece, but you're going to be catching the bus, not my car.
Right.
Well, she going to come pick you up because I'm not doing it. No. This generation, they just got it backwards. You know, like my oldest one, bless her heart, she told me, she said, Mama, I don't want to date because half of them ain't got no job. And they think they're gonna be driving my car. And I just be dying laughing. I said, oh Lord, she meaning me. But it's true. I just can't do it. I can't. Because I have to look at how far I came as far as like we were talking about building businesses and financial and everything. Once you get yourself stable and you're at a good place, because I'm gonna be honest, when I was married for them 10 years, sometimes I had to rob Peter to pay Paul. But when I got divorced and I got on my feet, money just appeared all of a sudden. Because I could go buy that bookcase because I know I got the money to buy the bookcase.
Right.
It's bad when you was married and you couldn't buy a bookcase.
Right.
So that let me know his financial was messing with my financial.
It was a pressure. Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes,
yes, I see.
And sometimes when your relationship, it can be a financial block. You may think that you see that, but it's not, because you're spending more money on food. You're spending more money on utilities. You're spending more money. You're spending more money than what you're actually bringing in. So it's still a financial burden on you. And some people don't realize that they don't put together a budget plan as a couple and do it together and sit down and have a structured life about their bills. Money is flying all over the place. Because you got. Do I need to have the light on in the kitchen if I'm not in there using it? Do I need to have this TV if I'm downstairs watching another TV? Those are conscious things. But when you living by yourself, I done turned off that kitchen light. I know it ain't gonna go back on. I know I'm not. You make conscious decisions and that's considered as a business mind as well, because you are making decisions on how to increase your income instead of just throwing it out the window.
Exactly.
You might as well just roll out and throw your bills out the window.
Because the sad thing about it,
how are you? Welcome to the live.
He's come to me and he's like, I'm like, no, you need to get on a financial. You need to get on a financial. You and your wife need to get on a financial. I don't understand why you went and bought a truck, knowing that because guess what? Credit. So you're paying $600 a note on a truck that you can't put gas in.
Wait, let's talk about that $600. First of all, and I'm not against anyone, but I'm just saying from what I see, if you live in public housing, you got and you got a BMW and your note is $700, but your rent is $200. There's an issue there.
First of all, I want you out there public housing. Second of all,
hello,
I'm not even driving a BMW.
Why?
I've seen it. I have seen it, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's wrong with this picture? Because I work hard, and I can't afford no BMW.
Correct.
The oil change at that.
For the gas.
And I'm not paying $600 no month for no car that I'm probably gonna be living in 3 months. Because they only got it because they got their income tax, like I was saying. And 3 months later, why? You don't have to do that. There's nothing wrong with driving a 2-3-year-old car. You live beneath your means sometimes to get to where you want to get to. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm happy with my little 2012.
There you go.
2015.
She start, she go, she give me where I want to go. And yes, it's a Honda. Somebody I heard of.
It's yours. You don't owe nobody for it. All you gotta do is put some gas and throw some insurance on and keep the maintenance up. That's all you gotta do.
Why? Thank you. I'm not gonna buy something.
Priorities messed up. Yep, Cheryl. Yep.
I got girlfriends that buy big old houses and everything, but instead of them, I told them, I said, y'all have even seen me do a vlog on Big Lots.
I love Big Lots.
I love Big Lots. They got a lease purchasing. Good program. I have paid Big Lots. I can't get it out of cash right away, but I can do it where you can come out of my check and I don't see the small pay. My daughter's bed, one of my youngest' bedroom. I got some stuff for my oldest one, and then I did my living room because my living room set was 10 years old or older. And they finally, I was told my oldest one I had to do it. She's like, yeah, you had to do it. But I can't go into one of my girlfriend's houses that she paid $300 and something thousand for and ain't got a stitch of damn furniture in. Excuse me for saying it.
I was gonna say they got no furniture, right?
She got red bottom shoes. She got MK bags. All this, all that. I said, so you invested in the names, but what about your house? See, I'm one of those that I believe in when Payless was open. Payless had some nice shoes.
Hello.
I believe this right here. What I got on? I'm in pajamas, y'all. So Walmart.
Well, I ain't shopping at no Walmart now.
Walmart.
No, what do
Walmart.
you ever do at Walmart?
Walmart.
Everything.
Walmart. I
Everything.
know you ain't shopping at Walmart, Verns. You told us what. Walmart. Target. I mean,
I like Target.
I'll go to certain
Target.
places, but you won't catch me. I go to the Goodwill. I found all kind of designer bags in the Goodwill for $4 and something. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Thrifting grandma, you have to check her out. She does that. Yes, a lot.
You'd be surprised. I'm like, when you gonna furnish your house, girl? I got to go get these new red bottoms. You need a couch.
A red bottom? Oh no.
Or you wearing red bottoms and Versace and Dolce & Gabbana, but you renting. I don't.
Okay.
Please help me with that.
There you go.
Please help me with that.
Don't they cost about $700 easy?
You wearing your mortgage on your back, but you can't even afford a mortgage because you too busy wearing the mortgage on your back. Make that make sense to me.
It doesn't.
That is so true.
Or
And
what
so
about
one
this?
girl,
Because Ashley sells furniture too, and you can rent it. And Ashley is awesome. What about this? They got an apartment. They come outside looking fly as all get out. But you go to their house, you got to sit on crates, milk crates. I'm not doing that.
Or just nasty, period.
I ain't want to go there.
I'm just keeping it real.
Because they're trying to keep up with the Joneses as far as when it comes to being designer. And I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not knocking anybody with designer, but I'm not paying those $700 for no pair of shoes. I don't care if I won a lottery tomorrow. I'm not doing it.
Nope.
I'm not doing it because the way I look at it,
nice, but I don't believe in overdressing. You know, it's too much.
You know, and what if you ain't wore something in a year? Give it away. 2 years, give it away.
Girl, don't be talking to me. Don't be talking.
I'm talking about myself too, because I'm gonna have to go. I got to go through my closet.
Yeah.
Hence the name of my channel. Okay.
Well, they need to go through some stuff in her closet now, you know, because if I haven't worn it, if I haven't touched it in 2 or 3 years, I'm not gonna touch it. You know? I'm just not gonna touch it. I got stuff with tags still on, and I'm a plus size woman, and I know, you know, hey, I like clothes. I'm a Pisces too. We got a shoe thing, but I'm telling you, Payless hadn't went out of business.
Okay.
Ooh, that was my spot. I would cry.
My girlfriend saw my closet, the store. I'm like, what store? They was like, we're going to the store. I'm like, what store? It was like upstairs. That closet got everything in there with tags on it. We could shop up there. I'm like,
I am guilty of that too. You do not. The clothes don't make you. You make the clothes.
Right.
It's not about what you do. It's how you do it and where you do it at. And, you know how you present yourself.
And if you can do it. But don't be sitting up here on government assistance, out here driving the newest car, going to the grocery store, getting lobsters and that when I'm on a budget and it's only me and my husband. And you know I got 20 jobs. I have to go to all these and I have to $100. I have to make sure I buy what I can, and I still want stuff back.
Or you don't work overtime and you in the grocery store and you up there counting your items to make sure that you got enough to come out.
I calculate before I get up there.
And I said I can't eat steak and lobster every day, and I work, you know. But that's how it goes. And unfortunately, with this administration, don't be surprised if you get some people started getting them little remember they said they was cutting out some or getting boxes.
Yes, I've seen them and they look disgusting.
I wouldn't even want to eat it. One woman,
this lady did a video on it on YouTube, and it was called the not the emergency, but the food boxes.
I seen that one.
It was disgusting.
It was a hard.
I think people in jail eat better than that.
I think it had some hard biscuits in it or something.
Yes,
I'm like,
yes, yep.
I eat MREs first.
Right, me too. At least you know it's a food supplement, some type of food. It ain't gonna be what you think it is, what you want it to be, but it'll be better than what these people giving out.
But you know, and a lot of people don't even realize just because the government gives you something don't mean you got to stay on it.
Right. Sometimes people do need it to help.
Would you say that again, please? Please say that for the people in the back.
Right.
Just because the government give you something don't mean that you got to stay on it.
Right.
And I'm saying this also for those who this is just my thought. Some people deliberately work under so that they can qualify for certain credits on their return.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Don't always depend on something that's given to you from the government, because it could be taken away the next administration that come in.
Okay.
So,
if you guys don't know 10 Veils, make sure you're watching her videos, okay? She has some great stuff. Now, we're from New York, okay? I understand New York is crowded. I understand people need to live in public housing. I'm not saying that. But don't, and this is my pet peeve, and this is me. Your grandma and your mother live in the apartment. Your grandmother died, and then it's your mother.
Mhm.
Your mother gets sick and leave the apartment to you. It's not your house. It's an apartment. You 35 years, the whole family lived there. Like, really? You've been
moved out.
Projects was open. Like, when are you gonna move out? I don't understand that. I understand it's a stepping stone. It's not for you to live there forever and pass it down to generation, and you gotta break that curse. Don't you want?
Mm-hmm.
How can you just live there forever? I don't understand that.
Some do, and I can say,
you know what? I know a family that have done it. It's like the baton gets passed on who gonna live in the house the longest. It's like,
but it's not their house.
You done went through 3 different generations in this same apartment on Section 8 or low income. Now, grandmama had it and the mama had it, now the daughter got it. You know, it's like, come on now, y'all really working the system.
Yeah, they do. They do. And the sad thing about it, another thing is if you live in the house with your mom, like Vern said, and the grandmama died, then the mama change the utility bill out that dead person name.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it. They don't want to mess up their own credit.
Oh, stop.
This is the thing.
I'm serious.
Somebody has had services, and y'all gonna laugh when I tell you this. And I'm originally from Alabama. Sometimes if your parents has had their services and never had it cut off, you know they get interest. Okay, so my mom moved to Alabama from Ohio when I was 3. Yeah, and she's had the same utility bill, never been cut off. And this was so funny because she told me this. She said, "Now you know if something happened to me, you go down there and turn that service off and get that damn deposit." They told her how much the deposit was that she would get back.
When they find out, ain't they gonna take it and be like, that person been deceased so long?
Nope.
Really?
No, because the deposit will go to whoever has her next family member. Because my stepdad will have to switch the utilities over into his name because she's deceased. But she's not deceased, thank Jesus. But she was like,
but I know what you mean, yeah.
She was like, it's a couple of thousand. I'm like, huh? She's like, I've had service with them for over 40 years.
Wow.
That's what I said. You know, I was like, I wouldn't have thought about nothing like that. She was like, yeah. She said, they told me if something happened, you know, let them know. And, you know, the utilities will get switched over, whatever, and stuff like that.
She said, it's not so easy for all people. You never know people's circumstances. And Cheryl said, I know a girl whose mother has never worked and has been on assistance in Section 8 all her whole life. Okay. Now, when I say that in the whole life is not you, Nene, but in housing. Don't you want better? Don't you want more? That's what I'm saying.
Or use it,
whatever you call it, was not built for us because it wasn't to live there forever. It was built to be a stepping stone to help you gain and get out of that situation. Stay in it forever. Poverty, break the chain, break the cycle. Just like when you said somebody didn't go to school, all they knew how to sign their name with an X. But don't you think he wanted better for his children, and his children wanted better for their children? You know what I'm saying? You go up, not down.
And in actuality, my grandfather had 7 kids, and all but maybe 2 have degrees. And then with his grandchildren, which is me, I have an associate's degree. All of us did graduate high school, but only 2 of us went on for college. Now with the great grandchildren, the cycle has gone farther. College, good jobs, military. So And this is the thing, y'all. I grew up in a middle class family. My mom worked. My mom has
Yes, Sam. Sam is back.
My mom worked. I never remember my mom not ever having a job.
Whoa, Shawana. She said, wait, I'm going to call a light company Monday. My mom passed 10 years ago.
Oh wow. my mom, you know, she's always worked. My grandmother always had work from what I know. So of course when I went into the military and everything, I just took it a little bit further and I pushed my kids to go a little bit further because I feel like I accomplished. This is what I told my 2 kids. As long as you
there
get
she
that
goes.
diploma,
Hey, inspiration for you and me. Hello. Welcome to the live.
that's the main thing that I want is a diploma.
Right.
If you get a GED, that's fine. But a GED means that you quit and you quit. Don't have nothing against anybody with a GED, but when you get that diploma, that means you stuck it out. See, when I told them the story of my mom, they didn't realize it. But my mom's smart as a whip. But my mom, back in the day, you got to remember when women came in their senior year, if they ended up pregnant, they didn't tell the black woman that she could go to night school.
Right.
Hold on a minute. Inspiration, there's a link in the chat if you like to come up. Okay, go ahead.
They told her she had to quit school. But they told the white lady over there, oh, you can go to night school and you make it look like you just disappeared for the whatever time till you had that baby. I made my mother go back and get her GED. My senior year of high school.
That was awesome.
You're gonna go back and get your GED. And she did. But she held a job down. You gotta remember now, that generation could get a job without really having that paper. You can't do that now. You got to have this on top of this and this on top of this on top of this. That there's just no way that this generation is going to get up out that debt from going to college and then to find a job that's even decent to pay back what they got in school for loans and everything. No, I didn't want my 2 to go into the military because the military has changed. I did my 6 years and I got on out. You know, both ex-husband was Navy. I'm Navy. I tell them, look, something happened to me, call the VA, you get this. Tell your kids what the situation is so that something happens to you, they won't be thinking, let them know, well, I still got a loan on the car, but I took the insurance out in case something happens to me. It's paid for. One big thing we don't tell our kids is when we have life insurance. If I get killed accidentally,
inspiration was in the military. Yes,
if I get killed accidentally, my policy doubles. A lot of people don't realize that. Accidentally, my policy doubles. That don't mean you throw me down the steps now, but you know, I don't know. I'm just saying, they don't be trying to kill me for you know. But
don't say that too loud.
And then I tell them on the job, I made sure if something happens to me, you call my manager. This is how you get my benefits. This is how you do this. You got to keep them your younger kids informed, because a lot of times what we're not saying is that sometimes our kids are not don't function when we aren't around.
That's like with wills and deeds, and if you're sick, you have that medical proxy. I have all that written out for, and here go my kids. Why you talk about that? Ain't nothing gonna happen. You don't know.
No. I learned that. I've learned that.
You never know. Look at my situation. I wasn't expecting that to happen. You know, when I was young. But listen at this. In New York, when that happened, I had went back to work the next month, but then it just got too much for me. I was like, I can't do this. Of course, I had to go get on public aid, which it killed me to do. But I had 4 little ones in daycare, and I needed a break because I never had a chance to really sit down and have what do you call them, a therapist. I never had that. So went down to the PA and they was like, oh, I swear to you not. She said, you don't have to work. You get lady, are you kidding me? I just need this for 2 months just for me to get my head together. And I went back to work, but you're not supposed to stay on those things forever. I was listening to Dr. Umar today. I don't know if you guys know him. And he said, with us, going to school and going to college is two different things. You can go to college, but then, like you said, when you get out, you got all this debt. But if you teach them to go to a trade school, it's only 2 years. They can own their own business. They can become a plumber, become a technician, become an electrician. They don't have to worry about paying all that money back because they went to a trade school. But you go to 4 years of college, graduate, and still don't have no job, and you still got this debt. It's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for everybody.
It's not. And you know, and speaking of that, like my oldest one, she came to me one day and she said, Mom, I don't want you to waste any more money in me going to college.
Mm-hmm.
She said, because it's not for me. And I said, you know what? I respect you for that. I really do. I said, but that girl, I'm gonna find something for her to do. But she can do makeup so beautifully also. I have let her make my face up. I've seen her just go on YouTube and do the, you know, and I told her, I said, you have something. You just have to tap into it. Everybody's not college material. I said, you know, my youngest one, she's an introvert. And so whenever y'all see me do YouTube videos, I try not to put her on.
Sam.
I try not to put her on because she doesn't, you know, she's not into it like that. When she'll appear with me or whatever, but the youngest one, she won't. Yeah, and she a Pisces like me, but she won't. But I don't force it on her. But I sat down with her one day and I asked her, I said, what is it that you want to do? And she told me, she said, you know what, Mom? She said, I really don't know. Because sometimes these kids are graduating high school and have no idea if they want to be an apple or an orange.
They don't.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like they rush them out of school. They don't really give them life skills. And you know, that's when the parenting come in where we give our kids life skills. But everybody is not the same parent with their
Right.
kids. You know, some people say, well, you nurtured yours too much. Well, you know what? I knock on wood somewhere. I ain't got no grandbabies. My oldest one told me, and the youngest said, you may not have grandkids because this world is crazy. That's something deep, you know, when your kids realize that how this world is. And I said, well, you know what? I told them, I said, y'all just being selfish. You know, this is the oldest one said, you're gonna be doing everything for the grandbaby and not for me.
Yep.
And I told her, I said, yeah, you right. I still wouldn't forget about you.
You have children,
you know?
Riri?
One.
She said, it's a girl or
that
a
was
boy.
Fast.
One, he's a boy and he's 15.
Oh my goodness. You got a teenage.
He'll be 16 next month. 2 more years.
Sam, be quiet.
But I'm not pushing him out the door. I want him to be able to go to college debt free. I want him to be able to be an independent, an adult. I don't want him to have to struggle when it comes down to life.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it kills me when people be like, "Oh, I can't wait for my child to get 18 so they can get out." Get out for what? For you to still have to help them because that's still your child, and still you see their child struggle. Mm-hmm. So I told him, as long as he is in school and doing what he needs to, he can live with me as long as he wants to. I don't mind.
And that's how I feel about my two.
Yeah.
You know, especially since I have girls, and it's just, you just don't want them to go out there, you know, and you know they're gonna have to fall, but you don't want them to fall where it's a fall that you can't reverse for them. Does that make or help them reverse it or help them figure it out? You know, if my daughter only makes so much every week at Kroger, why would I tell her to go get an $800 apartment when I know Kroger ain't paying her like that? Because she's paying her car note. Mm-hmm. You know, you gotta stop and you gotta think, okay, well, she ain't got no kids, she pay her car note. If I need her to help with something, she'll help with something. Sometimes, like the other day, she came in here with groceries. I didn't ask her to get no groceries. Mm-hmm. But she came in here with groceries. She said, Mom, you do so much. You know, when your child tell you do so much and they appreciate it, that's when you really realize, because I'm gonna tell y'all, them 35 days that.
How are you? Welcome to the live. Thank you for being here.
Them 35 days that we was out on the streets last in 2018 after Christmas, everything it's like God blessed me. Mm-hmm. I didn't have to worry about nothing. Now, when Vern was saying credit unions, I'm with Navy Federal Credit Union. I love that credit union. I stood in line in Hong Kong to open that account. But you know what? Them 35 days, they advanced me as if I was getting paid. So when I did get back paid, I didn't miss a step on a bill or anything. I was more than happy to let them go ahead and take when I got back paid because I was still current. And everybody else was worried and everything and all of this. And I said, didn't y'all put some money up from your overtime? Did you do this? Nah, no, because you went on a cruise. You did this. And I said, you know what? I don't know. I guess my grandmother upstairs was looking out for me and everything, but everything just fell in place. I didn't have to. There was food in the house. Utilities was going. Everything was going as if I was
That's a
working.
blessing.
And I said, you know what? I wrote a letter to the Navy Federal and I told them thank you. Because they made sure I got paid like I was still working.
Correct.
That's awesome.
So that credit union right there.
I got them.
I love them.
Well, there's two ways I feel about the kids. First, if they don't get out, like you said, they fall or fly. And I was that mama at 18. Goodbye. I was tired. I had to raise them by myself. I was done. I was like, please get out when you get 18. You know why? Because since they were 14, I kept asking them, what do you want to be? What do you want to be? What do you want to be? Well, you need to do this to be that. What do you want to be? You need to do this to do that. Do you want to be a nurse? You need to start taking some chemical classes or chemistry class. You have to instill in the kids too if they're saying that they want certain things.
Right.
I'm not saying everything they want is right, but if you see that it can take them into a better way of life, why not? Like I want my daughter to go in the military, but she did. She went to college, and right after that, she went in the military, and I was like, no, but she's still there.
Sometimes what we want for our children is not what they want for themselves. We may see a different career path or a different lifestyle form, but all kids are not college material, and we have to realize all kids are not job material to work certain jobs. So whatever, I don't care if you want to go out there and be a camel scooper. As long as you're the best camel scooper, you can say the other word, but as long as you're the best one that you can be, I will stand behind you 100%. But if you out here on foolishness, out here selling drugs, you out here in these streets, making all these children and you can't take care of them, then that's going to have an issue. But if you are sincerely trying and you are doing whatever you can to be the best person you can be, I got you. You got my support 100%. And I tell my son that all the time. I don't care what you do in life, just be the best at it. Be the best at it, and make sure it's legit. And make sure it fits your lifestyle.
And if they're respectable, that's a big thing for me.
Oh, well, definitely. That's
I've seen, not mine, because mine. No, I'm old school. I'm believe in getting a switch and a belt. I don't care how old you are. You came out of me. But if you being disrespectful and you're 20 and you're in my house, oh, you got to go. Oh, if you're not being disrespectful to me, no, we not having that. So mine, till this day, they know. They call me by my first name when they playing and joking, and I be like, that's your first and last time. Don't do that no more. Nah, kids try to call you by your first name.
Right.
But I'm just saying when they if mine, because they know I put them out if they were being disrespectful. But I know people that are, when they're young, they disrespectful like that. So when they get older, they're gonna be disrespectful.
They're gonna be even worse.
You ain't gonna be in my house slamming no doors, cursing me out.
And then they turn around when they get older and be totally different people.
We're not having that.
It's a tip of the coin. But I say your children are who you are. Whatever you put into their life or whatever you put into them, that's what they're gonna be. Not always that's always the thing, but to me, that is the most important thing. Is you have to pour into your children what you want them to be. If you want them to be successful, you want them to be independent, you have to show that to them. I make Shawan.
I see.
He can do certain things that he learns how to cook. He know how to wash clothes. He knows how to take. I want him to be so independent to where he don't have to rely on nobody. Because if anything happens to me, he can pick up the pieces and continue to move on.
So he gonna make somebody a good husband. He know how to do it.
A very good husband. Very good husband. He's very independent. He still act like a baby every now and then when it comes down to certain things. Like I just stopped fixing his plate. Stop fixing his plate. Now he fixes his own food. I was still bringing the child his food to the table as if he was 3 and 4 years old.
You liked it though.
I'm like, but that's my baby. That's my only one. So I feel like I nurture him, but I want him to be able to pick up the pieces if he didn't have a woman. He can go in there, make him a full course meal, go to work, come home, wash his clothes, pay his bills, do all of that.
So that a woman can
I said, go to the grocery store. I want you to go pay for some stuff. Now that he got this permit, I can't wait. I can't wait for him to be driving his own so I can really work it out of him. I can't wait for him to get them licensed, but I want to give him baby steps because I don't want to overwhelm him, but I want him to enjoy the things of being independent. You know, you don't want to overwhelm your child either by just putting on, you got to do this. Give it to him slowly.
Sam said, make sure his wife knows how to fix him a plate.
Okay. Exactly.
And that's the thing is that at least he knows how to cook. You made him self-sufficient so that don't no woman have to think, I don't want to say that they got it one up on him.
Oh,
right.
definitely not.
You know, that's the main thing because this is so funny. My ex-husband said, well, one thing I missed about it was when we was married, you cooked. I said, well, you get what you thought the grass was green on the other side.
That's right.
So go right ahead. Because he was like, you ain't going to make me no brownies. No, I'm not making you no brownies. No. And then my big one is I'm MS dot whatever and she's MRS dot. Don't get it twisted.
That's right. Cheryl says she loves it when people compliment her on how she raised her kids because she raised them by herself. And to touch on that, I remember when my kids were about maybe 12 and under, we went to Wendy's and we were sitting there and they were holding hands. They were saying grace. You know, that's for us. It wasn't out the ordinary. I'm not lying. This couple came over to us, stopped and said, oh my God, I don't believe, because you know what? It's all in how you raise them.
Right.
All in how you raise them. That's right, Cheryl.
As y'all can tell, I have a guest. One of my Yorkies was scratching at the door.
I thought that was a cat.
Girl, no. This Tyson. Say hey, Tyson. I see he breathing all hard. He breathing all. He was scratching at the door.
He's scared.
No,
he was breathing because he was doing all that work trying to get in that door.
He like,
hey, Tyson.
He like, put me down.
How old is he? Or it's a boy, right? Yeah. How old is he?
I got two. I got brothers. They're 11. So that means
11. Oh, my cats are 11.
They're 77. But guess what, Vern? I got cats too.
Uh-oh.
You might have seen them in my Christmas vlog video. I got Himalayans, but they're older than the dogs.
They're Sam.
They all get along together?
Huh?
They all get along good in one house?
Yes, I have one cat. Think he a dog.
Oh, okay.
And then if one of them, like I think Tyson was having health issues about 2 years ago, and you could tell all of them was just like upset. Like when I took him to the vet and he was gone for a couple of days, they was like, where is he?
Right.
Okay, Cool Studios. Hello, Cool Studios. How are you? Thank you for in. If anybody want to come up on the panel, want to say something, let us know. We're just talking here.
Oh, I see you have 3 daughters. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Girls
are
different.
Pets, Riri?
I had a dog. My dog was actually 15 years old. I had a pit bull. She just passed away last June.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I had her when she was like, I want to say 3-4 weeks old. I bottle fed her, so I've had her that long. So she was a baby.
Yeah, she was a baby.
You bottle fed her at 15?
No, I bottle fed her when she was 3 weeks old.
Oh, okay. Say, girl, that's a grown dog.
At 3 weeks. So she was a little bitty thing, but she lived to be 15 years. Most pet bulls don't even live that long, but she lived to be 15 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
And see, my youngest one or my oldest one, she counts down because they say usually Yorkies only live to be 14 years old and they're miniature. Yeah. And so I'm like, let's not talk about that right now because I don't want to think about, I said they just, when they go to the upper room, they go, I'm going to have them cremated and put in a little jar.
I'll tell you one thing, they part of the family, they just as expensive because I didn't have pet insurance. So I had to use my credit card from Navy Federal.
Right.
Sick. And she had a lump. And I'm like, one day she was fine. And I'm like, what the heck? Took her to the girl, $1,500 later. I said, I like you because I'm about ready to say, get my money back. Just go ahead. But no, I had to get the medicine, take it to the doctor, like they do a person.
Tyson
Still here kicking. That's the black one you guys might see sometime coming.
I know when Tyson went, oh my God, $3,800 later.
Woo! Yeah.
He has, y'all don't laugh. My dog has IBS and thyroid.
Wow.
And his brother is going through it right now.
You need to get care credit.
I do have care credit. I do have care credit, and I thank God I was able to get credit.
Yes, pets are expensive. Oh, Bree wants to come up. Hold on. Hey, Bree,
he has
you have a question?
I just wanted to say this. This is my first, like, I'm moving July 23rd. This is my first time moving. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. I'm like paralyzed.
Get a budget, just like we were talking about with the credit, and write your expenses out and pay them as you go when they're due.
And don't live well beyond your means. Take everything.
That's right.
You don't have to get everything at one time. Take baby steps. If you need a bed, get the bed first, and everything else will fall into place.
Because you can always sleep on the bed, sit on the bed.
Right.
Not other people sit on your bed though, just you.
Right.
Yeah, you got to sit on over there, right there. Yeah, get you some folding chairs at the store that Vern don't go to. Get you some folding chairs and say y'all sit there and just keep it moving. I mean, because I'm gonna be honest,
I know what to do. It's just I'm paralyzed. I'm like scared.
I'm just like at home for the first time.
What? I'm gonna tell you a story. I was 18 years old when I moved away from Alabama. I'm from Huntsville, Alabama, and I ended up getting stationed in San Diego, California. I did not know nobody, not a soul, and I was going to the United States Navy. I went to this big old ship. I was scared, and I'm gonna admit I was really scared. But as time went on, and I had, of course, I had some older women that took me under the wing. They told me it was going to be okay. And it turned out I was okay. You're going to be okay. It's just, even if I went and bought a house, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm in the process of next year, I'm going to be buying a house. I'm scared than I don't know what. Because guess what? Everything that goes on with that house falls on me.
That's
but
right.
You know what?
Sure does.
I got to jump out there and I got to do it.
Well, Nene, I put up a video on first time home buying. Make sure you check it out. If you have any questions, let me know. Is she still here?
You're gonna be fine. Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
Yep.
Just pray about it. It's gonna be okay.
I'm scared to be away from my mom and I know because.
Good night, Luciana.
My mama and my daddy is all I got, and I've never been away from them.
How far are you moving away from them?
To Huntsville, Alabama, like an hour and 45 minutes.
So you moving to my hometown?
Yeah.
So where are you currently at now, though? I mean, it's like you said.
You where?
Okay. I'm in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
Birmingham is really only 89 miles from Huntsville.
Well, I live in West Jefferson. Well, where we stay at now is in West Jefferson County, so it's like out Bessemer, like that way.
Okay, I know where you're at.
So like an hour and 45 minutes, but like it's not bad. It's just, and I'm going to Alabama A&M, so this fall.
You going to the hill? I grew up listening to Alabama A&M practice down the street.
So I'm very familiar with the area. Like I've been like on A&M's campus. Like I know, like I know my way around. It's just I'm afraid because like my mama and daddy like, and Vern, I don't want to say this, but it's the truth. Like I did some stuff when I was 18, 19, 18 to 21. Like I couldn't find my way. I applied for my job at 22. When I applied for my job, my entire life changed. Like my entire life changed. Like everything that I ever did in my past, I didn't do it. The only thing that I really ever got caught back up with was hanging out with the wrong people. And like that's like my biggest concern, like my biggest fear, which is why I'm afraid, because I've gotten wrapped up in the criminal justice system before. It ain't like this my purpose, rodeo getting wrapped up in this stuff. And I'm trying to think about, how am I gonna keep myself busy and active and not, getting involved in, you know, what I used to do. Because that's the biggest thing for me. I don't want to end up where I was. I was sad, I was miserable. And
Find a
that's
church
what
home. Find a church home. Find
Yes.
different outlets or different outreach programs that you can volunteer for if you have spare time.
Mhm.
Those find positive things that you can pour yourself into. When you
And-
have your spare time, go see your parents. Go visit them for the weekend. Is it a reason why you're? I mean, I'm not trying to get personal. You can only say what you. But do you need to
going
move?
back
Or you
to
just want to move? Oh, because you're going back to school. Okay.
I'm going to Alabama A&M, and it's closer to be closer to A&M than it is to be closer to the community, because I'm going to school to get my bachelor's degree in construction management and accounting.
Okay.
And I'm getting my associate's degree in pre-nursing to finish my nursing degrry.
So you're
that's
gonna be so busy, you're not even gonna have time for trouble.
Mm-mm.
And when you do have free time, like I said, get you a church home. Find a church where you can go and do some volunteer work at a church or just be active with them. Go to a rec center or a youth center or a boys and girls club or something to where you can pour into the children. Maybe you could be a minister to some children that are on the same path that you were on and how you pulled yourself out of it. You will be surprised at what your past can bring to somebody else's life.
And then
I have 7 nieces and nephews. And
So
I have a
you know
nephew
how to interact with children, right?
graduating from high school. It's graduating from high school here. And he don't want to do nothing with his life, and I don't want to see him go down the road that I went down, because that's the road that I traveled down. And trust me, I don't want to see him go through what I had to go through.
You just have to pray over them. You just have to pray over you. You have to pray over your family. You have to pray over everything that you do. And you trust me, you're gonna find a good way to balance out your good. And from going to school and doing what you have to do, you'll find a way to.
And Huntsville's a slow pace.
Right.
Huntsville's a slow pace.
Fear. You should never have fear of being productive. That's what you're going to be doing. You're being positive and you're being productive and you're bringing something new into your life. That should never be fear. That should be a well-deserved accomplishment. So don't look at it as a negative. Look at it as a positive.
And if you're looking for a church to visit, there's a lot of good ones. My grandfather belonged to Union Chapel, Union Hill. That's right over, if you know where the area of Winchester is right over the hill. Big old church on the left-hand side coming from Alabama A&M. Very welcoming church. They don't judge nothing. Because my one grandparent belonged to one and one belonged to the other, but they had the same pastor. And Huntsville's a slower pace than Birmingham too. So you'll be able to find a lot of stuff to do in Huntsville. You'll be fine.
Ain't Huntsville that show on TV?
Yeah, the Atlanta house, whatever. Yeah, they did, but that's on the other side. That's on they on the other side.
They didn't look close.
So that's Aliceville. That's all in that area. Yeah,
you'll be fine.
Exactly
you will be fine. You'll be fine.
Are you going to be working over there?
I'm gonna keep the same job that I got. The commute's gonna kick my butt, but I'll be all right. Like I tried to look for another job. Like right now, where I'm at, I applied for a job, hadn't heard anything from the company, and I'm like, okay, that just means I need to, stick it out. Maybe I can make my 5 years and do something else.
And if you haven't heard from that company, call them back. They follow up with that company, because you never know. Don't just because they don't call you, don't mean you don't call them.
Correct.
You always follow up. Always follow up, because you never know. They might have you set in a stack to call back, but they haven't had a chance to.
Right.
But you're gonna be fine.
We all gonna keep you prayed up and make sure you on the right path.
Yeah.
And at
And
least
check
you know
in
I'm
with
from
her, let me know
Huntsville.
how you doing.
Like, I'm not afraid of like the going back to school or like the living on my own. It's a thing of just making sure that, like, and I really didn't want to tell this story, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it because it's something that will put all of this into context. I got myself caught up with my ex. My ex and I got caught in a federal case. Now, I ended up getting my charges dropped. He ended up having to do something. I'm 18. Just graduated high school. Like, I did a month and a half in Birmingham City Jail. Like, no, I'm not going back. I can't go back. I look at my life back then, I look at my life now, and I'm so happy that my mom did what she did. My mom took me away from all of that. And now that I started working, and now that I have people even at my job, they keep me on the straight and narrow. They be like, Bree, you don't need to be around them people. And when they say that, it made me realize that, you know, what I'm doing with my life can't continue. I can't keep getting caught up in the same stuff over and over. And that's just like Burns was saying. Make sure that, you know, whatever you do what you got to do for yourself. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about what other people have to say. You know, like, don't let what other people do affect you. And I did that when I was 18 to 21. Like, I would drink, I would party, I would be, all over the place. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it no more. Like, I have learned so much about myself. And I'm thankful, for the people that came into my life. All I want to say is, if it hadn't have been for the folk that came into my life and yanked my chain, I don't think I would be sitting there in front of y'all right now. I think I would be sitting somewhere else.
No, you're not. So you just have to stay positive. Like you said, getting a good church home and just you got brothers and sisters, and talk to your parents.
I got 2 brothers. And I'm thankful, that my mom was the biggest influence in my life. My mom and her 2 sisters, God rest their souls. My mother's 2 sisters are gone.
Okay.
But there's a reason why I'm where I'm at. Because they told me, they said, you keep getting in trouble, we ain't gonna have nothing to do with you. And I said, yes, ma'am. And I never looked back from that day. I never looked back. Y'all, I'm gonna get on up out of here. I got a little while to go before my work, and I'm done.
Hi, Osho. Okay. Thank you,
catch y'all.
Bree.
All right, Bree. Stop crying. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
you'll be
okay.
all right. You never let your
You'll be all
past
right.
define your present.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because we all got a pass, baby.
We all got a past. And you can't keep beating yourself up about your past. You have to move on from that.
It's not what you did in your past, it's what you're doing now.
Correct.
That's what matters.
Correct.
Right.
It's not what you did in your past, it's what you're doing now. That's the main thing.
Right.
What you're doing now.
All right, y'all. Let me get on up out of here.
All right. You have a blessed night.
Bye. Have a good night. Hi, Osho. Welcome. Well, thank you guys so much for being here on the panel, and I appreciate it. Hi, Esther. How are you?
Boy, she about
So
to
much.
make me
Can
cry.
we go and raid Catherine with friends? If one of my mods could put Catherine with friends link in the chat. I'm trying to cut my phone back on. But yes, you guys, you are amazing. I thank you all for spending time with me. I know, and actually everybody crying. Thank you for spending time with me. And it was amazing. I thank you all so much. You have any questions or anything else, and especially you on the house, don't forget to watch that video, Nini. And any questions you have, let me know, because I'm in the process right now of painting and downsizing because I don't need this big old house no more. Not trying to live beyond my means. So we're looking for a small ranch. And that's what we're at, you know, to save more money and everything. So I already brought this one. So if you need help on, you know, what you need to do to get the next one. My dog is snoring, said Cheryl.
Mine's is about one of them.
I know, don't them animals girl, my cat be snoring in her sleep. I'm like, really?
Oh, no, that's when they do this and you hear this, you be like, what in the world? That's why I'm
she said
laughing.
good live tonight. Thank you, Shawana. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yes, guys. I don't cry easily.
Nice meeting you, Nini. Can you type something in the chat so I can subscribe to your channel, please?
Yes, guys. If you don't have each other, make sure you're attaching to each other. We have Venus Eats. We had Sam I Am. And I Am Just Nini and Lifer Riri. Make sure you're connecting with all these great channels. We are here to support each other, speak positive over each other, help each other out with whatever we need. Is anyone near their 4K or almost close to being in review? Are you near it, Riri?
Yes, I am.
Do you need us to run your playlist?
You know what? I think I might be okay. I'm only a few hundred away.
Go ahead and I'll run it.
Next weekend, girl, you're gonna have that thing.
Yeah. Okay, Nini. So I just put your bell on. I'm gonna go watch a video as soon as we get off of here, so that way I know I can stay connected to you.
Okay, make sure you put something in the chat so I can.
Yeah, I'll make a comment. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you want to put something in the chat?
You're welcome, Sam. Thank you so much, Sam. We appreciate you guys. Make sure you're connected to Sam. He's awesome. I'm telling you, he's amazing. He's in Brazil right now, so I'm not sure how long he's gonna be over there. But Sam, if we do another one, I will be contacting you. She says she loves her dog. Thank you, Sam. I like that. Do you know how to drop the link yet? I see for Catherine and friends. I did see her on. If not, I'm gonna go in and see if I can do it. If we can go and raid Catherine and friends and say Vern's Junk Closet raid. Let me see if she's on. I did just see her a minute ago. Hold on. I hope she's still live. Yes, she's still live. I'm gonna drop her link in the chat right now. One moment. Okay, here it is. Catherine and friends. That's her link. If we can go to that link and then go over to that page and say Vern's Junk Closet raid, let's help. Well, again, we have to support each other. Any closing words, ladies?
I say just keep yourself on good and with good credit. Make sure you monitor your lifestyle. Make sure you are checking on your children, and just do the best you can. Be the best person you can be. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes, and we all just have to make our mistakes, and we gotta learn from them.
Nini?
Oh yeah, I'm just if you got any to ask questions, don't be afraid. You can even inbox me. I'm on Instagram, and it's I Am Just Nini in small letters, read together, not spaced out like it is here.
Oh, I'm gonna get you right now. You said I'm gonna get it right now.
Is it on your YouTube channel?
I think I haven't. I gotta go tonight. Is a late night for me to work on my YouTube channel because I've been playing around on my virtual world today. I had some requests on that one to make some stuff, and people are like hounding me. But
is it Toya?
Okay. And
gotcha.
Just if you got text questions, please don't take the letters. That if you're getting letters in the mail and set them to the side, because it's not gonna go away. Just go
All
ahead
right.
and make sure that you call, ask questions. We're not gonna beat you up. We're here we're there to educate, not to hurt. Now I can't. I'm apologizing ahead of time if you get somebody that's in a bad mood, cause they on them phones. But just have your pen and paper ready, because sometimes we could tell you stuff 5 times and you don't have your pen and paper. Then you be like, wait a minute, I got a pen and paper. Have your pen and paper ready, your questions ready. And if you have a 2 to 3 hour wait, don't hang up. We're gonna be there. It's just that we got so many people retiring from the service that they're not replacing. So just bear with us. Don't be afraid. Let your government work for you. Don't let your government stress you out. Okay.
Right.
And it's a simple fix. If you have payment arrangements you need to make, the minimum you can pay is $25 a month. If you do a payment arrangement, this is very good advice I'm about to give you. Don't say you can pay $100 a month and you can't, because they're gonna hold you to that $100. Say 25. You can always pay more, but you can't pay less. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Just remember that. But don't be afraid to go online. I have taxpayers that have gone online and taught me something while they're on the phone, because they went online to see if they could do something, and they found out, well, it says here I can do this. I'm like, hold on, let me go with you, and they're right.
Well, I thank you so much, ladies, for being on here, and I hope everyone has gotten something out of it, learned a little something. Again, if you have questions, Nene said she's willing to answer them. Go on her IG and contact her. She knows her taxes. Then we have Life of Riri. Guys, make sure you're going to support these awesome channels. I am Sam and Venus Eats. I am Vern, Vern's Junk Closet. Thank you, guys. Remember, today is a good day to have a great day. Let's make today beautiful. No one is perfect, guys. And remember to never stop dreaming. Never, never, never. Whatever your dream is, you can achieve it. I love you all. My booskies, thank you so much for being here with me. Peace and love and light to you all. So just click that link that was in the chat. We're going to go over and raid Catherine and friends. Thank you, guys. We've been on 4 hours. I appreciate you. Love and light. Love and light, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Riri and Nene. Thank you.